Wednesday! Ooh! It's time for the Golden Witch to play Umineko once more. Nobody can tell about the OP spoilers except for people who know what the spoilers are. Otherwise, it all means nothing. People who know spoilers are the worst at keeping spoilers secret, by the way. Like, nobody would know unless you told them, but as soon as you say, oh, that OP has a bunch of spoilers, and it's like, I am now at liberty to go and find out what those spoilers are. People always try to be sly about, like, spoilers. They'll be like, oh, I'm not trying to say what the answer is, but... and then say, like, 2 letters that, like, explain the entire plot. You know, I'm just saying. He was very good at it. Alright, how do I get back to where I was? You may perform witchcraft to jump forward in time. Cast a spell. Of course I want to cast a spell. What are you talking about? But you think I'm going to fucking... How do I get to exactly where I was? I should have like a save file, right? Or do I just gotta... Oh, here we go. Load. That's what I want. Load. Drop a load. Oh, Jesus. Hit me, like, real quick. All right. I do believe we are at the start of the big family meeting. So let's just jump right the fuck in, because I'm excited to figure out where the hell this is going. Hey, quit it, battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs. My job occasionally leads me to eat at some quite interesting places, but even compared to those, this is an excellent dish. I imagine you could have become reasonably well known in that field, Goda-san. I don't know too much about it, but at the famous hotel where he used to work, employee politics got pretty complicated and everybody split into factions. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. And it just so happened that Mom had job offers for a servant out at the same time. As Goda cleared away the empty plates, he began to recount his own eventful past, never losing his smile. The world is a difficult place. However, it is thanks to this that I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiromiya family. Although I also enjoy the smiles of a larger number of people, it is also extremely entertaining to be able to perform delicate work in order to please solely the limited number of people I have pledged to serve. All of this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by Madam. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi. That is because among all of the applicants, you were the most talented. The decision was not based on personal feelings, but purely objective, so there is no need to thank me. Objective doesn't exist. Oh man, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to speak so frankly? If only she spoke more gently, she might give off a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
Please excuse us.
Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Goda-san and the others laid out the beautifully adorned dessert. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for desserts. I had thought that being fed all that delicious food had totally filled me up, but as soon as I laid eyes on the dessert, my stomach started yelling, "More!" I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. When you dine on such magnificent food as this, first it is distributed in front of everybody, and then the chef takes a moment to extol the virtues of his creation. Until he is finished, as a rule, you don't touch the food. However, Maria, who had no experience with these ceremonious rules, got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert and jumped into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Auntie Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, Now, it's all right.
This one's sour. This one's sour. Badly. The wrong one is this one.
Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. Wait, there's a right one and a wrong one? Alright, I'll give it a go. Huh? Apparently the 2 sauces were one sweet and one sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of them was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. There's always just put some red 40 in that shit, dog. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Shannon-chan hesitated to speak. Maybe she was just setting the table and doesn't really know. She's hesitating a bit much for that, though. Did I ask something wrong? Or did they use something that we'd be better off not knowing about? It's fucking blood. While Aunt Natsuhi acted as though she had a headache, Kumasawa-san, who was sitting the other side of the table, began to laugh with a ho-ho-ho. What do you think we made it out of? It'll shock you. Huh? I don't have a clue. And Kumasawa-san, that laugh creeps me the hell out. So, what is it? Don't tell anyone, alright? Let me borrow your ears. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. She'd asked to borrow my ears, so I leaned forward too. Their interest caught Jessica, George, Eineke, and of course Maria also put their ears closer. Ellie bought 9,000 with $10, says trans girls support trans girls. I'm excited to hear a musician's opinion on the Umineko soundtrack. So far, I really like it. It's very engrossing. It keeps me in the story in a big way, I would say. It can get a little bit exhausting when you hear the same song on repeat for like a really long time, because they're not especially long. Oh yeah, I need to make the screen bigger. Good fucking point. I forgot. Okay. Anywho. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. She'd asked to borrow my ears, so I leaned forward too. Oh, I already read this.
What? What? Tell me! Tell me!
The sour part is, well, actually, it's squeezed juice from a mackerel. What? Mackerel? Don't be ridiculous, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding with an mm-hmm.
Mackerels are sour. If you squeeze them, this comes out.
When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. You've got it wrong. That's vinegared mackerel. God, I've never seen the word vinegared like that before. That's vinegared mackerel. Auntie Rosa said to Maria in a small voice while turning red. Ah, now I remember it perfectly. Kumasawa-san was always this kind of character, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me about all kinds of things when I was young as well. Amongst all of them, the most painful must have been that one. That flimsy black stuff you get in Chinese food. Kikurage mushrooms. She told me it was penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Kumasawa-bachan, you sure haven't changed. You know Maria's gonna believe now, right? It's just a joke. Goda-san will tell you what the sauce is in just a moment. Goda-san looked a little put out from having his masterpiece laughed at in such a strange way, but after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to describe tonight's dessert. Based on the rose garden that everyone seemed to enjoy so much today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that rose garden. For the sauces, I have prepared 2 different reds for you, strawberry and rose hip. Please enjoy the strawberry sweetness and the rose hip sourness in turn. Finally, the rose petals are merely decoration, so please set them aside before eating. With that said, please enjoy. Ah, man, I almost want to applaud before I've even eaten it. It's like when you take medicine, you know, how it seems to work better when you've read the instructions. Really? Thanks. Do you ever not read the instructions? Thanks to Goda-san elaborating on the details of this dessert, I feel like he's knocked it up another notch. Seriously, should you call him meticulous or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but he took a cue from our stopping in from the Rose Garden earlier today and displayed an incredibly timely awareness of the season by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd get used to it and become bored halfway through. But by bringing the sour sauce at that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth is replaced with an enjoyable sweetness again. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of the seats, someone praised the taste and his creation. How is it, madam? Splendid as always. It is a worthy treat for our guests. I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I have heard that rose hip has the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you especially would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared. Is that so? Thank you. Yeah, she's obviously lying about the headaches. She's just a bitch. See, didn't I tell you, Natsune-san? Rose hip works on headaches. So it seems. I can only hope it has some effect. Goda-san, I love ya. Hey, later, whisper me how much compensation you're getting for this, won't you? If you're sworn to silence, you can stick up some fingers instead. Let me know your price. Having your talent monopolized by this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. Wouldn't you be willing to display your talent to all the customers at my company? Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to recruit our Goda? How troubling. We had better make some improvements to his salary or he'll get snatched away. Yes, you really should. If you don't, he'll be lured away and you'll be stuck 3 meals a day of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking, won't you? Oh, that is indeed harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge. Lapusha with Australian $2 says, Umineko! I agree. Umineko indeed. Everyone else let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a type of running gag, and our parents had long since gotten used to it. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerel contained precious nutrients that could do things such as prevent aging and make people smarter. It seemed that while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still healthy enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, that benefit must be the real thing. Oh, well then, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you to eat, so look forward to it. We sure will. I want to treat myself to some vineyard mackerel tonight.
That sounds wonderful. I wonder if any delicious Japanese sake will be included.
Oh, it certainly will. How about some of our famous Rokujima mackerel liquor? Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. I don't know why serving cart gives me pause every time I see it. Amusingly, Goda-san, who looked just as though his stock had been stolen from him, explained very seriously that tonight's dinner would actually be calf steak.
Kumasawa-san, thank you for doing that back there.
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa played dumb, but it was no accident that she had thrown Shannon a lifeline. Back when Battler had asked for the details of the dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them should have been delivered deftly. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon, like Goda, had a little of the craftiness needed to skillfully shake off a mistake, her days would be a little more comfortable. This weakness was especially unfortunate considering how flawlessly she could handle her work. Of course, there were those who want to talk this and that, so I suppose that who well understood Shannon's meek nature and her inability to remember to gloss over her mistakes. Which is why Kumasawa came to her aid without hesitation. I just heard from Genji-san that there's been a change to the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. Oh, I am jealous.
I'm sorry. I haven't checked the list of shifts yet.
Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break.
Yes. I would be delighted to help.
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. Moonlit night. Is it nighttime now? The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea would be served in the parlor. It seemed that they would be preparing the black tea that Auntie Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria insisted that she also wanted to drink the black tea, but was rejected by the old bastard who told her and the rest of us kids to go play outside. Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside? Go look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky is still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain.
I want the beach! Want the beach!
Oh, isn't that a wonderful idea? Playing on a sandy beach isn't something that you get to do often, is it?
I guess not. Alright, let's all go to the sandy beach then. Let's go! Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Your shoes, too. Might get wet.
So obedient and cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye on Maria-chan, okay? Sure thing, leave it to me. Oh, you're pretty cute and obedient too when Kirie asks you something, huh? Why don't you try listening to me obediently for a change? Gay? Hell no. Let's go, everyone. Come on. The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared the black tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma which entertained everyone while they waited to appease their thirst. Rudolph, you and your family all seem to get along so well with each other. Good for you. Oh, please. You have us beat on that front. So true. Jessica-chan really has grown into an innocent little thing, hasn't she? It's all the fruit of your training, isn't it, Natsuhine-san? Thank you. Natsuhi answered coldly. With that, the conversation halted and the parlor became silent. Possibly because he couldn't stand it anymore, Hideyoshi broke the silence while performing an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they've been getting huge right before my eyes, and before I knew it, they've joined the ranks of us adults. Battler-kun, for one, is beyond recognition. His body has grown much bigger, but he is still a child. Well, my husband is still a child as well. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up. Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say. That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults. So I would like it if we could all hold an intellectual discussion without becoming emotional. When Ava smiled with sharp sarcasm, everything seemed to get more tense. It felt like the smell of the tea that had been prepared so carefully just flew out the window. We have always strived to hold intellectual discussions. Your sarcasm is ill-placed sometimes. You've never changed in that respect. Always strived, is it? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa? Rosa smiled with a vague expression. Whether she agreed or disagreed, she knew that she would earn the displeasure of either her brother or her sister. It was a bit of worldly wisdom she had needed to learn as the youngest sibling. Quit it, Aniki. We should enter into the main topic while the brats aren't around, right? Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh and some let out a small look of resignation across their face. This was the unavoidable, true agenda. I got some true agenda for you. Blue agenda. Seriously, Ava and Natsuhi are both exactly. They both just make me feel like I'm listening to my own aunts. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months, which means he's already at -9. The Grim Reaper could come flying through the window in a blind panic at any moment. The family head is still in good health. Raising such an inappropriate topic while the sun is still bright, I must question whether you are in your right mind, Rudolph-san. Still, Natsuhi-san, if we don't discuss this until something happens, it'll be too late. He's still healthy now, so we've got to figure out something while we still have some time left over. It's a kind of financial etiquette. It seems as though everyone is concerned about father. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you? It seems as though they are also hoping for that. Nanjo, standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called. Nanjo, how is father's condition? Well, first, my estimate last year that he had only 3 months to live still appears to be making its presence felt, so allow me to start by correcting it. No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right? That is correct. Because of that, I can offer no definitive answer to the question you all so often ask me of when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous, but if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, it is possible to maintain a state of remission. So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited. Kyrie, sorry, but please stay quiet for a while. Sorry. That is correct. Kinzo-san's body has been ravaged by disease. With him continuing to partake of that kind of strong liquor on top of all that, I really must think. So booze is the reason he's teetering on the edge. And booze is also the reason he's hanging on. Sounds like Dad, the heavy drinker. Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction. But what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That is quite the rude question to ask about the head. Natsuhi jumped on Ava, unable to hide her astonished expression. In response, Ava returned a defiant look, but Hideyoshi noticed and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. Natsuhi-san, forgive her. Ava, try and choose your words a bit more carefully, okay? I'm sorry. I was just so concerned over Father's condition. Is that so? I hadn't realized. Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful family love, a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Ava, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle. You ask whether he will still be healthy next year, but it is a very difficult question for me as a doctor. While I do think this remission will last for a while yet, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Rokenjima is a solitary island. It is not as though an ambulance can come rushing in to save him. Normally, I would want to have him hospitalized in a large hospital on the mainland, but Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now.
Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him?
Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when in a good mood. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I have really only been able to look. It's true that there are people that hate doctors. Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination was to determine what medical treatment was appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given made the whole thing pointless. Then, in summary, his expected life is still 3 months, and there's no way to guess how long he will continue to live while still on the verge of death.
Rudolph-san, couldn't you be more discreet with your words?
Sorry. I've always talked this way. Cut me a break.
I understand Dr. Nanjo's opinion. What do you think, Krasny-san?
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he has only 3 months to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get the chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the task of caring for Dad solely on the shoulders of the eldest son is far from fair. In the next world, be born after me. Alright, let's return to our discussion. What a fucking thing to say. In that case, according to the impartial and neutral doctor's opinion, it wouldn't be odd for him to go any time. Sorry, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of a specialist. With that, I believe the discussion of Dad's fortune is no longer a premature topic.
Father's personal funds probably reach into the tens of billions of yen, right? But it's not as though all of that is neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as neatly cutting a birthday cake with a knife.
Interesting metaphor, Aniki. That's right. Sometimes strawberries or chocolates are placed on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly divide it into equal parts. Taking that into consideration, I think it's important to first discuss how best to stick the knife in, don't you? Jesus Christ. They can't help but talk in like just the most sleazy demeanor. This is starting to really give Detective Conan, actually, now that I think about it.
I truly don't understand you all. Even while the head is still alive, you're discussing the matter in loud voices as though he were already dead. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the wealth of the glorious Ushiromiya house is vast. Don't you understand that a careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There's a huge difference between the assets of this family and your old one.
God, she's such a cunt. I can't even, like... I want to sound as cunty as she does, but she talks so slowly just to really, like, drive the knife in, and it's like, oh my god. How rude. The family I was born to has nothing to do with this. As Natsuhi resentfully responded in a low voice, the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. Give it a rest, Ava. Natsuhi-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Ava and Natsuhi even more intense. It seems that I will just be in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me. Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. This may well have been a normal act of courtesy expected of an outsider, but even so, his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs. So let me see if I understand your point of view correctly. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya family's wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we carefully and deliberately calculate? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight. That's true, isn't it, Rosa? Is something making you impatient? She probably broke as fuck.
It's not that we're impatient, but a decision between the siblings is essential. It doesn't matter when, but if father's condition is worsening and the day is drawing near, discussing the matter beforehand isn't what I would call impatience.
Rosa sneaked a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest daughter in the family, being cross-examined by the eldest was harsh. Oh, is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say that. Quit it, Aniki. Rosa is a sibling just like the rest of us. She has a fair right to Dad's inheritance. It's obvious she would be interested, right? After all, Dad will definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Aniki, you are far too relaxed. It seems almost as though you would like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the distribution of the inheritance. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Calm down, Natsu-san. Listen to what we have to say. Nisan, I hear these are very good times nowadays. That's right. Since last year, the yen has just been going up and up thanks to the unprecedented boom and prosperity. Oh, man. Ooh, this is the late 80s, right? Ooh. The yen's just going up and up. Ooh, yikes. Ooh. It's about to crash in like a year after this. Oh, the yen is fucking like... The yen is bad enough right now that I really want to go to Japan. Because, holy fuck, my money would carry me a lot farther than it has any other time I've wanted to go to Japan. I'll tell you that. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Oh my god. There was a time when the dollar was worth less than 100 yen. I remember when the Japanese economy was stronger than the American economy. Oof. Also, the ruling party says that it will reestablish a health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about trying to gather as much capital as they can. You know your stuff. Soon, Japan will see an unprecedented boom. Just like when Father revived the Ushiromiya family, another case like the Korean War demands. The people of Japan have worked at a frenzied pace, realized vast economic growth, and become the most prosperous people in the world. They are enjoying the height of their prosperity. Yes, they are. The height, exactly. Private spending has increased, and institutions that can profit from that can make easy money in this era. Yeah, that's the problem, I think. The people's needs are no longer merely the essential 3 electrical appliances, places to ski, to golf, public pools. Oh, God, you fucking bastards. Like the 3 richest activities. Resort hotels and theme parks. God. Have you gone to Disneyland, which opened just a few years ago? What an excellent theme park that is. Of course, the big-time capitalism man is just in love with Disneyland. Wait, that says Delsneyland. Sorry, that says Delsneyland. It took me a second. Delsneyland. Have you gone to Delsneyland? In that place, even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. This guy had an amazing time at Delsneyland. That is so fucking adorable. The old era, where the only virtue was to selflessly devote yourself to your country while failing to consider your family, is ending. Now, as the most prosperous people in the world, we can finally accept that. Kraus Nissan, your foresight is something else. Yeah, it is. When I heard this several years ago, I thought it was ridiculous. But see, when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that changed. I don't actually know about the Plaza Accord. The yen's getting stronger and stronger, and the price of land will skyrocket soon, I bet. The day that Japan becomes the economic center of the world isn't far off. You have a very forward-looking view. There's no mistake in that, at least. The dramatic irony just keeps piling on. I have to assume this is what it's like knowing spoilers for the rest of the game and rereading this chapter. Like what I'm feeling hearing them talk about the future of the Japanese economy has to be what everyone else is feeling hearing anybody talk about anything in this game of just, no, you're so wrong. No, you're so wrong, you know? Anyway, I feel the same as Hideyoshi Nissan. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. That keen sense surely came from Dad. It's incredible. A whole family of wrong. However, unlike Dad, there have been cases where the timing of your predictions has been mistaken, haven't there? Nissan, believing that Japan will definitely face an economic boom, you have been launching resort projects everywhere, and almost all of them continue to fail. Okay, so he is the problem. While I'm sure that the era you predicted is arriving, it seems that you misread the timing of that boom. You were too early. And then you hurriedly tried to sell everything off, and as a result opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable and you predicted the coming of a boom, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. God damn. Isn't this proof that you don't trust your own ability? Get it in. How rude. Are you trying to insult my husband? Yes. I don't think she's trying, bitch. I think she just did. Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Your husband got dissed, bitch. I'm sorry. Ava, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who almost maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down. Also, I should have said. Please stop, Natsuhi. My little sister is incapable of speaking any other way and always has been. Calm yourself a little. Your headache will get worse. Proof that you have no talent is also right here. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? Building a wonderful resort hotel, beautifully maintaining the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money, right? What are you trying to say? My husband's business has nothing to do with you. Actually, that's not true, Natsuhi-san. Rokenjima is not Aniki's. It is Dad's. The hotel that was constructed is Aniki's, of course. If you like, you can charge us lodging fees tonight, right, Rosa? Well, bitch cannot afford lodging fees. If what I have on hand will suffice. If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can hope to have a large harvest in the future. Please don't take all of Dad's money. I need that shit. When that happens, it should prove to be beneficial to all of you as well. I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that will increase our shares when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, we won't ask you to physically divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We're quite happy to settle this with whatever you calculate its financial worth to be. If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied, we're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Keep this up and every square inch of it will be covered in our grubby handprints.
That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? I understand that you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it for business. Buildings go bad if you don't use them, and you air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Wouldn't you say, Rosa? That's right. If that's that wonderful, I'm sure that it will become quite popular once you open it. Oh, the hotel you mentioned earlier was referring to the guest house. I see. Damn, you are slow, Kyrie. Hell of a building, isn't it? Just as Rosa said, I'm sure it would become popular if he were to open it. The lodging they had been guided to had not been constructed with the intent of building a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. Yeah, thanks. We just in case, like, for the people way in the back, I guess. However, even though it had been completed 2 years ago, there was absolutely no schedule for it to be opened. Nissan, it's just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then it always becomes unable to maintain itself part way and ends without being able to collect any profit. It was brilliant of you to spot that it was a waste to use this island only as a place to live. I think that turning it into a resort which could use things like marine sports, fishing, or honeymoons to attract customers was a pretty good plan. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I too would have racked my brains over what kind of profit I could get out of this island. But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still don't know when you'll be able to open it? Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence. That is not my husband's fault. There has just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are victims here. That's the thing, though. This company that Kraus Nissan hired, I haven't heard many good rumors about it, you know. Let's not beat around the bush. The project disintegrated midway due to non-payment, embezzlement, and other troubles. Did you think the rumors wouldn't reach our ears? I've been collecting evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the sightseeing business, it is necessary to lay the groundwork with various people. It is also important to discuss how trustworthy the other party is. Basically just admitted y'all got in over your head. This is nothing more than taking some time to meet that end. I'll accept that in my rashness the hotel was completed too early. However, we are not paying maintenance costs. It's a slow and vital strategic arrangement. Yeah, I bet. More like you wanted to sell it but can't. He literally said, Usotsuki, liar. There's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated island with nothing on it and no established sightseeing routes. Besides, what's happening with the loans you gathered for this project? It might not be costing you maintenance, but the borrowed money you can't return is just going up and up. Sorry, Krasny-san. I investigated the development plan for this island a little. I got to be honest, I've not heard anything good either. You know, I feel like there's not a lot of stories that actually go this deep into any of this. Like, I was thinking for a minute, like, wow, this is like reading an HBO show. And then I was like, even an HBO show would never have a fucking conversation that lasted this long, obviously. Like, I guess it's like a book. Like a book-ass book. I don't even know what book. Is there anything? Is there any other story where people, like a bunch of siblings with an already established complicated relationship argue about the incredibly particular details of how one of them fucked up like a massive business deal? It's really good. How many, you say that's the benefit of visual novels, but how many visual novels fucking have plots like this? Like, this is so dense and deep at the level it goes to. Hideyoshi-san, I'm sure that only looking at the current financial condition could lead you to that impression. However, that is a prior investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken and that up until now several liabilities have been created.
However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually, all of the investments I have made until now will finally return to my possession. That's right, just like throwing away a small fry which then becomes a salmon, they will come back even bigger than before. Sure, I'm with you on that. Starting soon, the resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom, though who knows whether it'll be enough to bury all of your liabilities. But I gotta ask, Krasny-san, after all the crushing defeats you've suffered so far, who in the world supplied you with the funds? Bro, you suck at business. None of us believe you should be able to do this. That's a heck of a sum we're talking. Enough to cover your massive debt, right? What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san? Natsu-san, please, don't get mad. We've done our research, see? We looked into it, trying to see who could have loaned Krasny-san, who lost all his battles this far, enough to support his recent massively gutsy investments. And the result? No one. There is no backer. The iron rule of the money roulette is to bet against the unfortunate. And Aniki, you are a well-known unfortunate in this neighborhood. Good lord. Surely this era seems... It's just funny because they introduced that guy as like, you know, the smooth-talking guy who's like, thinks he's all like hot shit, and then everybody's just like, okay, yeah, it's nice that you think all that stuff you just said, but can we all remind you that you are a fucking idiots? God damn. Surely this era seems to welcome an economic boom, but when we asked who, with respect to Aniki's failures, would find him worthy of funding, there was no one. So you see, where did you raise that money from? That's what we started to question next. Oh, isn't this an interesting story? And? Dear, how long do you plan to ignore these abusive remarks? Sit down, Natsu-san. Let me be blunt. Aniki, you have been diverting Dad's private funds for your own business. There is almost no doubt. If we made some mistake, please feel free to explain it for us. Rudolph, this isn't diverting funds. This is embezzlement, isn't it? It's a genuine crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This rudeness in the extreme. How can you even face the successor to the Ushiromiya head house and level these wild accusations? They aren't wild, they're right on the money, aren't they? He wants to make his business succeed so that he can recover his losses, but his debt is actually growing. All he wants is to get himself out of the hole he's dug by making an even bigger gamble than before. If he had funds close at hand, it's only logical that he'd try to use them. Let me say it clearly, Nissan. What you are doing is embezzlement. You are betraying our father. I imagine that we will leave you to the mercy of the courts after this is all over. Do you think those people will kindly agree to address you as successor to the Ushiromiya head house? Man, this man did not realize he was walking into a fucking Julius Caesar getting stabbed by everybody moment. Of all the things, saying that he's betraying the head is not something I can overlook. You no longer have the right to darken the doors of the glorious Ushiromiya house. Leave this place immediately. And go where? Go on! I guess the guest house. Get out! Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Ava in a rage. She then pointed alternately at Ava in the hallway, indicating that she should leave. Ava took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi, as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped. Hey, Natsuhi-san, who do you think you're speaking to? I am speaking to the extremely impolite sister of my husband. As the person in charge of family affairs, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of family affairs? Shut up.
You sorry excuse for a wife. Ava folded the fan with a snap and rose powerfully. Compared to the elegance and playful behavior she had shown until just now, if you want to call it that, she was unimaginably aggressive. How foolish! You leave! You would tell me, Ushiromiya Ava? Me, Ava, the third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, who was granted the left shoulder of the head to leave? Learn your place, and then look in a mirror at your shabby figure. God. Called her ass fat too while she was at it. Where on your clothes is the wing? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Your only purpose was to birth a successor to the Ushiromiya family. Know your place, bitch! While Ava's face grimaced unattractively, her words pierced Natsuhi's heart like claws and painfully twisted in. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and not one of them managed to make it to her mouth. The anger which had lost any place to go became a single hot tear which slowly dripped down. What? If you have something to say, please, say it now. Come on. Ava faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi's fist was shaking. She trembled all over, unable to do anything. Ah, yes, the good old anime clenched fist of uselessness. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension. Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should cool your head. Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. Don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are basically calling you a traitor to father. We protect the glory of the Ushiromiya family. We put forth effort day in, day out, striving to be paragons of nobility in order to take over that glory from father, and this inexcusable rambling tramples it all underfoot. And you, why don't you talk back to them? I'm talking back because you won't, but you have just been relying completely on me. And now you are telling me to go cool my head. It's always me. I'm always thinking so seriously about this family's affairs, and you've just taken that and... Natsuhi could no longer hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife, goddamn. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. I too have a hard time with her. Good lord, my dog. His ideas with $5 says, by the way, get familiar with checking character screen plus tips. Game plays a sound effect when they update, and that'll be more important as the game goes on. Oh, good to know. What do I do? Just like hit escape and then... No, that just made the text go away. Hit enter. Nope, that made the text go forward. I know there's a button you hit to make stuff happen. Right click, of course. I don't know why I always forget that's a thing. Characters. Oh, hey, they're all nicely laid out in a family tree. Maria, Rosa's daughter. Her father's identity is unknown. She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things concerning the occult and black magic, and thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia. I didn't realize she was already an occult fan. Ushiromiya Rosa, Kinzo's fourth child, by far the youngest of the four siblings. By far. It seems that this gives her a weaker position at the family conference. She manages a design company, but she has yet to start taking it seriously, and its financial situation is far from favorable. Should I read all these right now, or should I save this? I'll wait till after we've finished this whole fucking scene. If you've got someone like that running things, you must be on edge constantly as well. Stuck up for his wife, not even slightly. Madam, it's nothing. Leave me be. Natsu flew into her room and bent over the bed, wailing. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. How heart-rending, Madam Natsuhi. There is a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship is very draining for a woman such as myself. The Ushiromiya family holds its bloodline in high regard, but if a daughter marries into another family, they would normally be removed from the family hierarchy. So, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, and this was not anyone's fault, Madam definitely bore no guilt. There's no way to say it other than calling it a whim of God. Kraus-sama and Natsu-sama were not blessed with children for some time. And of course, this was the patriarchal Ushiromiya family. A wife was just a tool to create an heir. If that wife could not fulfill her only duty, she would not be treated as human. It is painful to remember how much the master tortured Madam during that time. Jesus. During that time, Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's wedding was discussed. Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madam's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register. There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madam, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name. And beyond that, Eva-sama was the first to give birth, and what's more, to a boy. Perhaps you can now understand how much weaker Madam's position was compared to Eva's. I'm sure Madam is tormented by the thought that if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she had today. However, that was not Madam's fault. All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica-san late. Even so, Madam won't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. How heartrending. I cannot do anything but watch over her from the shadows. Shit, we done cracked again. Did we just go backwards in time? By like 6 hours? Or did we go forward in time? But the clock just was funny in the way it did that? We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again saw that witch's portrait. However, the word saw is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who looked at her stand rooted to the spot. So this is the witch, Beatrice. Wonder if it's true.
What? Battler doesn't believe.
Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him it was Beatrice had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that's not what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Maria. Interesting that it said maybe the title is there. Like something else is written there, but he didn't bother reading it. Seems like an important detail.
Battler leaves. Woo.
When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-ooing. He turned it into a fucking bird. Let's see here. My beloved witch, Beatrice. Behold the Sweetfish River. Wait, what's with this weird long epitaph? Confusion will be my epitaph as I crawl a cracked and broken path. If we make it, we can all just sit back and laugh. But I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. Sorry. Behold the Sweetfish River. Wait, what's with this weird long epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Too rough to be merely an sorry. Beneath the title, what looked like a long epitaph was also written. As I skimmed over it, I was taken aback by the array of unnerving words that jumped out at me. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that written. Pretty deep, huh?
Ah, I know. It's the place where the gold is hidden.
Is there really gold? Wait, is it that story about the Ushiro family's hidden gold? Oh shit, I didn't know they had some fucking hidden gold. There's another thing that takes me back. Wait, Aniki, is that for real? Grandfather had this written, but he refuses to say anything about this picture or the epitaph. Even so, amongst the family, it is often whispered that it points to the location of Grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the family headship and the gold to the person who solves the riddle.
Wow, I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, who knows, really?
Tens of gold bars? 10 tons of gold, sorry. 10 tons of gold bars? Sounds a bit too fishy to me. Still, if you read this all the way through, it almost seems real. I think I already explained Grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiromiya family's Legend of the Gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiromiya family after it had been almost totally destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake, and by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part of the story begins. Part of it is closely tied to Grandfather's black magic hobby, so its credibility is extremely low, but, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, Grandfather successfully predicted what the future would hold. His big gamble paid off, and he accumulated a vast store of wealth. But there is a mysterious legend about how he gained the funds in the first place. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, in the beginning he was supposedly a nameless person who had not yet gained anyone's trust. Money can only be gathered based on trust. There's no way anyone would lend money to an untrustworthy person. How did Grandfather, whose trustworthiness was zero, manage to obtain the large amount of funds in the first place? It's like if I suddenly had a bunch of money. It is said that when asked that question, Grandfather answered like this. One fateful day I encountered the Golden Witch of Beatorici. He then went on and on about how he continued to research alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great mage, and the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ritual was the Golden Witch Beatorici. He then said that he made a contract where in exchange for his own soul he would receive fortune and honor. The witch then granted Grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, and then used that to multiply his wealth by several times and revive the Ushiromiya family. It seems that the story is so old that our parents had already been told it when they were still children. So our parents, when they were little, explored this island in various ways, believing that the gold that Grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, Grandmother or someone began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was too dangerous. I remember that old story. When we were little, our parents told us about it, and we went all over the island searching for the treasure. Didn't we get lost in the forest and start crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents are so mad at us. That takes me back. We sure were idiots, weren't we? I mean, come on, Grandfather used that to build up the funds that he finally bought the island with, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way it'd be here on the island now. That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to make sure it was all his. There was a whole 10 tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he would try to secure the place where it was hidden rather than try to move it all. This epitaph was written 2 years ago, and since grandfather had it written himself... Oh wait, this is bad. This epitaph was written 2 years ago. Since grandfather had it written himself, I see, this does make the legend of the gold more believable. 10 tons of gold bestowed upon grandfather by a witch that it said he used to revive the Ushiromiya family? It's sleeping somewhere even now, and grandfather may be planning to turn it over to whoever can solve his riddle. I guess that sounds like grandfather's style or something. If it's true, that's one hell of an opportunity. The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, something like a poem or a song. Its sentences were incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and truly in bad taste, but it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, could lead to the place where the gold was hidden. I can't even imagine if that's what he intended or not. All I can say is, this shady epitaph was displayed here so that everyone in the family could... Jesus fucking Christ! What's up? You scared the crap out of me. I'm looking everywhere. Everywhere. Like in the country?
Yeah, for all different kinds of stuff.
Everywhere in the country. Interesting. Yo, tell Bird where to work. We can go anywhere in the country. We're thinking about moving. But
I would like a better paying job.
Yeah.
I currently make $15.50.
Oof. That's even less than I thought.
Yeah.
Ugh. Let me take a drink and I'm gonna get back to playing this game. Look, it's Beatrice is in the background. She's a painting.
Oh my gosh, it's the Umineko.
She is, in fact, the Umineko. Right now, we're reading about this shady epitaph that's written on next to her painting. That apparently is going to be some kind of hidden key to maybe find the family gold.
Ooh.
This game is like a simulation of being at... it's literally a simulation of being at a big family reunion, except that everyone's really rich and, I mean, they're normal amount of assholes, but they're also rich on top of that, so, you know, it's a bunch of rich assholes being rich assholes at each other. There's just a whole scene where they were all bullying the oldest brother for being a bad business person.
Base.
It was pretty funny. Alright, I'll keep reading it. And that, even while hinting at the existence of the gold, he still refuses to touch upon the subject of its hiding place. That caused our parents' imaginations to run wild and call it a battle of wits from grandfather.
Bet it's my dad who's taking this nonsense at face value, his greed exposed to the world. Even though he laughs at grandfather's black magic hobby, he'll still believe this story about the hidden gold. He's all talk.
Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when grandfather was still nameless without any connections, there's no way anyone would have just lent him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. Although it's not unthinkable to suggest that's exactly why grandfather called his sponsor a witch. Yeah, but it's 10 tons! 10 tons! If you traded that for money, how much would that come to? Anyway, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right? It would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is at most 100,000 tons. That 1/10,000th of all that gold humankind has obtained throughout history should belong to just one person is just insane. And that it should all be in one place and that there should be a witch who could just lend it to grandfather as if it was nothing, that would be no ordinary person.
As for me, I think that the number 10 tons sounds totally fake. In the first place, has anyone other than grandfather ever even seen it? And even if some generous witch lent him some actual gold, couldn't that 10 be right but actually be mistaken from 10 kilos? Even 10 kilos would be a pretty incredible sum, right?
Ah, 10 kilos of gold is how much?
Hey, look, I'll put the headphones on you. You can hear. She sounds like that, all right? Maria, who couldn't keep up and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. This kid's like 10, but she's got the brain of like a 3-year-old. Definitely autistic. Anyway, a question which I also wanted to ask right then. Whether I hear 10 kilos or 10 tons, I know that it's an incredible amount, but I couldn't put a number on exactly how incredible. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold. Well, gold is affected by speculation, and its price can also change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. You would also need to pay a commission to turn it into money. Still, it is definitely a precious metal, and some people estimate that if gold mining continues at its current rate, within half a century, we will have mined all of it. Oh shit, that makes me want to get some gold and some Bitcoin. They're both entering that state soon. Just guessing haphazardly, for 1 kilo, I think maybe a price of 2 million yen? What? I know I just plucked that 10 kilos figure out of thin air, but even that would be worth 20 million yen.
What? I weigh 28 kilograms.
Which means that if we had Maria-chan's weight in gold, we could estimate its worth at over 50 million yen. That's just mind-boggling. How much would 10 tons be then? It's 20 million for 10 kilos, times 1,000, so, that's it. 20 billion yen? What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We would have to measure it by putting it in terms we could understand. I mean, they say that wages over a lifetime are 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and as you approach old age, are finally free. $130,000. I would think that this family probably has even more money than that. By this point, at least. And all that together, including the retirement money, comes out at 200 million yen. In other words, that is the cash equivalent of a human's life. No, you could even call it the price of a life. We were talking about a sum so enormous that it would require 100 of those lives. Assuming you work for 40 years from age 20 to age 60, then it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. It's a sum of money you could finally accumulate after working every day starting from the Jomon period.
Whoa. Is 20 billion yen huge?
Yeah, it's huge. Maria, you could buy more of that shortcake you love than you could ever eat in a lifetime. However, while I could imagine 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it's very plausible for it all to be in one place as gold bars. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, and it is not very convenient as a method for storing all your accumulated fortune. If it was all in highly valued stocks and bonds or really expensive precious gems, it wouldn't be unthinkable. You often hear of people who, in the chaotic period of the war, traded their wealth for precious gems so that they could carry it around with them. But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold.
Of course it's heavy, but internationally it's the most trusted and stable. Doesn't that mean something? With bonds, for example, if the country is destroyed, they're just scraps of paper.
Yep, Jessica, that's exactly true. That's why there's no such thing as a safe fucking bet. I guess gold is safer than an I-bond if you're thinking of it that way. If all the countries with money go under, who can buy your gold? I guess whoever has resources, regardless of money. You can just trade gold, but they'd have to want gold. I mean, somebody wants gold. Gold is literally worth something in terms, like, it can be used for shit. So it's not like it's just a shiny thing people like because it's shiny. Anyway, you can also look at it that way, but even one 10-kilo ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Have you ever heard this? Even if you carry a 50-kilogram person on your back, you can't carry a 50-kilogram bag over your shoulder. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate. So what you're saying is, if we were talking 20 billion yen in banknotes lying around, that'd be one thing, but given that it's supposedly 20 billion yen in gold piled up, it doesn't really ring true. That's right. Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, even just the part about the 10 tons of gold is a little bit of a stretch. Man, I wish I knew anybody patient enough to have conversations this fucking detailed. Including myself.
If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. Kind of brings you back down to reality.
That said, it is grandfather we're talking about, after all. He may have announced his financing from some kind rich person in an exaggerated metaphorical way as 10 tons of gold received from a witch. Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something?
Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather.
Where does she come up with her ideas?
And maybe then he started calling this lady a witch?
Jessica's example isn't bad. If someone was generous enough to lend a huge sum of money to grandfather when his trustworthiness was still zero, she would certainly be someone worthy of being called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather later used that money to build a vast sum of wealth. With such an incredible ability to judge people, again, she might well be fittingly called a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might also have enthusiastically guided how it was spent. Come to think of it, the idea to get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have come from the witch as well. With all that considered, saying that he received wealth and honor from a witch might actually be a fair description. It's impossible to know how much of that is at all true at this point in the story. Like, how much of that is just pure guff and how much of it matters. I see. So in other words, this witch granted the funds necessary to revive the Ushiromiya family, and grandfather owed her big time. If that's the case, and grandfather had that huge painting drawn and displayed out of feelings of gratitude, yeah, that might not be that strange a story.
Hey, what if this person looked like an old witch like Granny? And then grandfather idealized her appearance and turned her into this beauty when he had the painting drawn. I'll bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty.
You're wrong. That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western, and if you think about how everyone in our family has Western-style names, maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western. Interesting. Interesting theory. Her name was actually Rice Beet all along. I get it. That means that this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. I guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. This motherfucker just cannot get his dick out of his fucking eyeballs. In the first place, isn't a witch a little weird? Like, you can find something like that anywhere on Earth. As I laughed, I guess he meant like you could find something like As I laughed and made fun of the witch in an attempt to differentiate myself from the kid I was 6 years ago who was afraid of the witch of the forest, Maria tugged on my sleeve. The strength with which she did so displayed a little annoyance.
Huh?
What is it, Maria?
Beatrice exists!
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry because of the color of her eyes.
Witches exist! Witches exist!
Highly agreed, Maria. Well, sure, they do exist if you turn the TV on and watch anime or something.
Exist! Witches exist!
I started to feel pressured, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this, because you're fucking denying her entire worldview right now. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and told me in a small voice, "Dumbass, don't go smashing a kid's dream. Maria really believes that things like witches and Beatrice exist." Come to think of it, Maria-chan, in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, this Beatrice is proof that witches do exist in this world, and is also someone who she admires and strives to be like.
Exist! Exist! Witches exist! But Bella doesn't believe.
It's alright, they exist, witches. Oni-chan believes it. Fucking liar. George Aniki kneeled down and held Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked me in the side. So that's what it is. It's basically like I just dropped the bomb that Santa Claus doesn't exist, in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams. I apologize. Of course Beatrice exists. Even now she's living in the forest and comes every night to the mansion to peek in and see what everyone's doing. That's why you shouldn't go into the forest. And at night, you mustn't stay up staring into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. After all, grandmother said so.
Really? Battler really believes?
Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up, okay? I stuck out my hand and Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George, Aniki, and Jessica were relieved.
Oh, this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach.
Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
Ah, Shannon. Well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it. Yes, she does that, doesn't she? Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful. I am sure that she captivated the master.
In addition to the patron theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart, which must mean that he's still captivated by her even today. Sheesh. That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, right?
I don't know everything, but yeah, that did happen actually.
Apparently grandmother believed that he was cheating on her with some blonde-haired woman.
Oh? Good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon.
Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. Now that you mention it, I do notice a fragrant scent with the essence of vanilla.
I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to you all.
What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent. Cookies.
I want to eat cookies. I want to eat cookies. Certainly, you may eat as many as you would like. But,
Unsure whether it was really acceptable to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the portrait, Shannon-chan sent a glance to us which seemed to ask what we wanted to do. While thinking about it, yeah, that would be bad manners.
Maria, why don't we go eat someplace else? Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic. Have a picnic, have a picnic. If we can eat cookies, we can go.
Yeah, let's go get some fresh air. We shouldn't pick at food right in front of the witch.
Oh, right. Didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Let's go, let's go.
Shannon-chan, sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flasks of tea?
Right. Certainly.
Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
Battler, you still don't believe?
Oh no, I believe. That way is more fantastical. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave grandfather 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be sleeping around somewhere. Plus, they're saying grandfather wrote that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can. I think that kind of romantic story is way better.
20 billion yen's worth lots of gold.
I'm sorry, 20 billion yen's worth of gold.
Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money.
5 billion yen for each of us. Incredible. With that kind of money, any business would prosper. No, wait, we could live our whole lives fabulously without ever working at all.
Whoa, not 5 billion yen. Cookies.
Maria would take cookies over money. Well, I mean, that's one thing to do with the money. Still, 5 billion yen, that's like a dream. I would like 5 billion yen. Ridiculous. Is it truly possible that you all believe in Father's legend of the gold? The story about a witch who gave him the gold and so forth, we obviously don't believe. However, there's no mistake about the gold. Multiple sources have confirmed the fact that Father was in possession of gold bars from an unknown source. We heard that before the Maruso Company president died, Father showed him a large amount of gold somewhere. Father stated clearly to him that there were 10 tons worth. That's just the nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously.
If that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding. Before the president died, he was a person whose sincere personality gathered a lot of respect from many in the business world. He wouldn't have become a partner to such a fraud.
Aniki, the president of Maruso, definitely saw it. Tons of it, clearly with his own eyes. Even more, Dad let the president take one ingot at random and have it examined. The results of the examination show that the 10-kilogram ingot had a purity of 4 nines. 99.99%. He said that the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was carved into it. Almost instantly, the Ushiromiya legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world. Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, Father was able to receive a giant loan. This is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. How old are you people? Are you still taking that fairy tale you heard as a kid at face value? Where's the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Isn't it just the lies of Father and those who were closest to him? Of course it's just a story, but still, Aniki, the amount of money that Dad raised required a suitable quantity of collateral. Even if the gold was just a rumor, that he must have shown them a treasure of comparable worth is an unmistakable truth, don't you think? It was just a fiction of gold created by our penniless father. He made it seem that non-existent gold actually existed and fooled his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Fortunately, his use of those funds proved successful. If the Korean War demands hadn't come and the Ushiromiya family had not been restored, Father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century.
In that case, are you saying that the gold never existed and that Father made it all up?
Of course. Therefore, after he had become sufficiently successful, the fiction of the gold was nothing but an inconvenience. So Father made up that absurd story about the witch and black magic and made the whole thing seem less believable. He can't be correct. In other words, he revealed that the gold was a complete fiction. If he says that he received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it exists at all, right? He may even have said it for all of your sakes. Nevertheless, some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold with the rest of the inheritance have appeared. Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe this kind of a fabrication.
I can't prove whether or not Father really has the gold. However, as one of Father's 4 children, I just want to claim my rightful share.
Oh, it seems even Rosa has learned to assert herself. All right, maybe this is what you all want to say, that I am trying to keep all of the gold to myself. Nisan, the fact is that you've obtained a massive amount of funding. If we rule out the possibility that you have been embezzling Father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right? Aniki, maybe you have already found the 10 tons of gold bars. It sure looks that way to us. Ridiculous. Something like that never existed in the first place. Then explain yourself. Embezzlement of Father's assets, Father's hidden gold. How could you have gathered so much funding if you didn't use one of these?
I also have many friends in the political world and the financial world. I have done nothing more than gain their assistance. Yeah, name some names, dog. And so, as for that, I have no responsibility to explain it to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that can't be talked about. If that's the story you insist on, then fine, but Aniki, Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he will live to see this day next year. When Dad dies, the inheritance will be passed on immediately. We will all set up impartial lawyers and accountants to inspect the state of Dad's finances. If at that time the fact that our brother has unjustly interfered with Father's money comes to light, you understand, right? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was. Father's gold is definitely one of Father's assets. I understand it's money you can't reveal openly. Even so, the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it. In short, we will also have your financial situation investigated to determine whether or not you are hoarding the gold. You have a good opportunity right now. Prove the existence of this backup from friends and acquaintances that you mentioned. That way you will be spotless, and we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you. Right, Rosa? That's right. Krasny-san, you are the one who's avoiding the topic. If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, that you aren't even trying to respond. However, Aniki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are. It wouldn't be fair for the rest of us who have been living terribly relaxed lives until now to complain without taking that into account. Oh, I am spoken ill of one moment and flattered the next. It is quite a thing. Please get to the point. In short, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of Father's wealth seems a pretty darn boorish way to do it. As you said, Krasny-san, you've probably got movements of money that are difficult to explain. We understand that, and that's why we've come to consult with you. A mutually beneficial consultation. He sure does like to say whole when he doesn't know what to say, like whole. I'm still cool and smart, guys. When the inheritance is distributed, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work, taking care of Dad, by an agreement that is generous in your favor. Don't misunderstand us. It's not like we're saying that we will abandon our rights. It's just that when we claim what we deserve, it wouldn't be bad if there was a generous understanding of your position. That's what we mean. In other words, if you'll accept our conditions, at the time of the division of the inheritance, we won't mind leaving the investigation of Father's financial status to you, Krasny-san. All of the siblings from Ava downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. In that situation, letting Kraus report on the state of their father's wealth by himself was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides that, it would also be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, also realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel doubt. He had to worry about what they would ask in return for such a compromise. Oh. It's such a like a coping mechanism, him doing that. After mistrusting me completely, you now say that you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling? And what are you asking for? Just what we deserve as siblings. You aren't the kind of person who would steal Dad's property. However, there is no patron financing you. Considering all that, there is a certain explanation that would satisfy the rest of us. Nissan, you found the 10 tons of gold and used that as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like Father did in the past, right? If that's the case, there won't be any funny bits in Father's finances. You've always been a good son, looking after Father. Why would we mistrust a person like that? You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you. Say it more clearly and specifically. Our first condition, Aniki, you must admit that you have found Dad's gold. Are you asking me to admit that I possess gold that does not exist?
Our second condition, recognize our rights to a share of the gold and pay it to us.
How foolish. With the non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? Preposterous.
Keep listening until the end. We know that much money can't just appear out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of gold, we plan to reward you sufficiently for your hard work until now in our calculations.
Our third condition. The portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromiya main family will be 50%. The remainder will be split fairly between all the siblings. Of course, this also includes you, Krasny-san. Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki, 2.5 billion will go to Eva Nesan, 2.5 billion will go to me, and 2.5 will go to Rosa. A distribution that makes me so grateful I could cry. So you're saying, for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion. What's wrong? Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours. That's such a good condition, I'd be jumping for joy. Our fourth condition, the dividends will be paid out along with the distribution of the inheritance at the time of Dad's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions will be paid to us promptly. The payments must be made before March of next year.
What do you think, Krasny-san? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust you need to run Father's assets, isn't it? Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before Father dies. However, you can't say that you couldn't manage a deposit of 750 million, right? Paying 750 million in half a year might be slightly bothersome, but someone like you who has many friends in the political and business spheres should be able to manage it. Normally, I'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now, all at once, but out of concern for your position, if you'll just show your sincerity by delivering 10% for the time being, it's all right to let the remaining 90% carry over until the distribution of the inheritance, right? Surely even you can offer a mere 10% to show your sincerity. So the right to investigate the status of Father's assets is being sold to me for 750 million. Isn't that great? You all sure have grown. I never thought you all would become capable of offering a deal to me. Nissan, if you accept these, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of Father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be the subject to appeal. It's only natural, right? We'd be sad if you adjusted our portions downward by 7.5 billion. As a general rule, we wouldn't complain. As long as you do it neatly, it's fine. As long as you don't do anything significantly obvious, we don't plan to aggravate anything. We want the inheritance quickly, as much as you do. We don't want it to get all drawn out and led astray. In the case of an appeal, who would do the second investigation?
That can be you as well. This will probably be the first and last opportunity for us siblings to discuss this. I trust you not to let it come to that.
Rosa, you really can talk sometimes. That Kraus was not trusted whatsoever as the oldest sibling was by now so obvious that it requires no explanation. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother would always abuse his privileges and infringe upon the other siblings' shares. In response to that, the other three, now adults, were for the first time striking back at him by working together.
I'm sorry, but there are further conditions.
Our fifth condition, this decision must take precedence over Father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely useless. I see that you're very cautious. Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do? As long as you've settled this matter with the corresponding payment, then whether the gold really appears or not makes no difference to us. You could think of our share as an advance payment. Gives you something to live for. You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? During construction, you might stumble upon the gold by chance. Ava let out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched without even flinching. Let me add a seventh condition before I accept. In the situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me.
Yes, yes, of course. We'll guarantee you that.
Insignificant details. The others who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold would of course not ensure Kraus's portion if they actually found the gold. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. While the truth might be different, the probability that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets was extremely high. When at least Kinzo faced death and it came time for the inheritance to be distributed, surely some unpleasant facts would come to light. That situation would likely be a fatal wound to Kraus. They had latched on to that weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring out a huge sum of money. However, they had let one thing slip their minds. The three of them had forgotten that their oldest sibling, who they couldn't defeat unless they banded together, was a very nimble thinker when it came to being crafty. Kraus relaxedly let out a gloating laugh as he spoke to Ava, who could not hide her smile, so certain she was of her victory. This all sounds marvelous to me. I had been feeling a deep pain in my heart at my estrangement from the rest of you. If by accepting these conditions I could make our sibling relationship friendly once again, I would be quite pleased. I will gladly take you up on your offer. Be happy, Rosa. We have a deal. Rosa's expression dimmed. When her brother started talking like this, the conversation would never change for the better. Ava was also sensitive enough to realize this. Therefore, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal, she was unable to wipe away her feeling of insecurity.
My, how obedient. That's not like you, Nissan.
That's harsh. You think I have an ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just like all of you. It felt as though only that part was emphasized. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. I have a plan, just like all of you. That's what it sounded like to him. That gave him a sense of urgency. Trying to bring this near-finished discussion to a conclusion, he rushed to wrap it up. Then we are good. So, Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract containing the discussion we have been having. There's one for each person. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took the 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them in his fucking shirt pocket. He folded them up and put them in his shirt. Of course, we'll also add the 7th condition that you proposed straight away. Don't worry. Aniki, will you use a pen? Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Actually, in order to make sure this agreement is definitely effective, I would like to propose a single amendment. When Kraus said that one sentence, all of the siblings felt at the same time as though something annoying was creeping up at their backs.
That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Be quiet and sign it.
Ava, why are you so impatient? Of course I will sign. I'll promise you all your share of the gold, 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is just one point on which I must ask you to compromise. What are you talking about? What point don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of each portion, 750 million yen. As you pointed out, my financial situation is not prosperous. While I am guaranteed to definitely collect on various future investments, at this time I have no choice but to admit that I am very poor. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. Imagine a motherfucker who's dressed like this telling you that they're very poor. I am incompetent and my business skills and senses are dull. An unfortunate such as me, to use your words, has no power to move 750 million in just half a year.
That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with offhand remarks?
At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove that condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That is all you have to do to get me to sign.
Cross-Nissan, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? Strictly speaking, we shouldn't even be making you a deal in the first place. We're doing you a big favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in good faith money. We explained all that to you, so don't you think rejecting that part damages our trusting relationship a little? Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and had his hands clasped together, but his eyes were not calm at all. Kraus had already seen through the shadow in the depths of those eyes. Why are you all so hurried? Or are you possibly afraid of something? Rosa, won't you at least tell me? Secretly, without telling the rest of the siblings.
It's not like I...
Quit it, Aniki. All we're asking is whether you're going to sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or anything suspicious. Oh, so I have no margin for negotiation. Do you claim that my position is so weak that we are not in an even relationship? Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. Ever since he was a child, he had never been able to overcome the height of the wall that separated him from his brother. And now, again, he began to feel himself getting sucked in by it and the long shadow it cast. Shouldn't deals be made on an even footing? To me, this deal is something to restore the long-lost trust of my younger brother and sisters and deepen the love between us siblings. It has been a cancer in my heart that I wish to resolve quickly. I am very happy that I am able to resolve it today. But you too would be very happy to see this deal quickly concluded, wouldn't you? Kraus stared at each of the siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow avoiding it, so he was caught in Kraus's gaze. Hideyoshi-Nisan, I hear that your company has been going extremely well recently, hasn't it? You didn't hit any problems getting it listed as a stock, and both its performance and stock prices are consistently growing. I am truly jealous.
My husband's situation surely has nothing to do with this.
However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders. It's also horrible that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed. Before you realized that some bad-natured fellows had bought up a considerable amount of your company's stock, hadn't they? How could you know something like that? The same way as you. If you can collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then I can collect evidence on you. Is it really that strange of a thing? Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was turning obviously pale. Hideyoshi's company was a fast food chain operating company that had started from nothing. Through Hideyoshi's management efforts, performance of the business repeatedly rose and magnified, and ultimately it succeeded in becoming a stock-listed company. The greatest advantage of being in the stockholding system is that by selling stock certificates, a large amount of financing can be gained. That amount is far greater than the actual profits from the business. This made it an extremely effective way to gather the massive funds needed to grow his company even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders have certain rights, namely the right to observe and guide the company that they have financed in order to raise its profits above their investment. That right is guaranteed to all stockholders, and they sometimes even use it to reorganize ineffectual management. It is the right to prevent the money that they have spent financing the company from going to waste by watching the management of the company. However, if they use this right forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. Because the general body of all stockholders has the power to dismiss the management and nominate new management, that right is exercised on a majority decision by the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they would like. If they want, it is even possible for them to make themselves president. Many companies, in order to prevent their stock from being bought up by malicious people and their position from being threatened, take some kind of defensive measures, such as having their own employees or people close to them buy a lot of stock certificates in order to prevent a hostile group from securing the majority. However, since Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, they hadn't had the time to strengthen those defensive maneuvers. No, maybe Hideyoshi himself was so engrossed in the management of his company that he hadn't realized the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted and skilled manager immersed in management, or a fooled manager who had his feet swept from under him. But in any case, there were people out there who would not let him get away with that naivety unscathed.
They rapidly bought up Hideyoshi's company's stocks and instantly gained a significant amount of power. They then sent anonymous documents to the stockholders and began to capture the majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as the one that gives more back to the stockholders." It is very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. They maliciously twisted the figures Hideyoshi had produced from a tiny amount of sleep and a constant concern for his company and made him lose the trust of his stockholders. Their efforts had almost collected a majority of the stock in the company. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders, who realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that value will rise when both parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. This is why I've always known that, one day I'll know when I've truly made it when I start getting enough rant requests that I have to raise the prices because people have to compete with each other. That's my dream. So whoever has the most money wins. If Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he would be able to avoid losing all of that which he had built up. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Yeah, you and me both, Hideyoshi. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, which may not happen for some time. And you, Rudolph, you've been in a lot of trouble lately, haven't you? They say it's scary overseas, but it seems that's really true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They won't forgive a generous judgment to a foreigner. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the end? What's he talking about? It's just troubles at work. It's no big deal. It'll be settled with money. Kyrie quickly recognized what Rudolph's complicated expression meant. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge and had been suffering alone. That's one way of putting it. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights, but with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. Although rumors abound that the settlement money may reach several $1 million. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche market. However, a niche is a niche. It's definitely not a sunny job. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that winning the trial was extremely unlikely, and Rudolph was being pressed to surrender outright. But even so, there was a way to resolve it with money. If he could only pay for that money, though it might be painful, he could still pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. I get a feeling we're going to see this a few more times. Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't even touch a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature was your ruin, wasn't it? I wouldn't think one should agree to become a co-signer so lightly.
That has nothing to do with you, Kraus-san.
Well, she actually said that a lot more intensely than I expected. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled, because she had thought she had kept it a secret. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. There was nothing to fear. Every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. Because only Kraus, who they were threatening, had no urgent need for a large sum of money. Compared to that, the three who were threatening him wanted money quickly, no matter what the cost. So the longer Kraus postponed this deal, the greater the advantage to him. Kraus was very sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden that until the very end, and upon closely and completely examining their attitude, he had struck back. If I could, I would love to raise some money for my darling brother and sisters in their time of need, but unfortunately I have nothing on hand. If you have any sponsors in mind that can raise a whole 750 million, I suggest you try there first. Krause's elated words were horribly blunt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all of their options. If you're still set on relying on your older brother, I could use my influence to find you sponsors. Oh wait, you already said that I have no influence. Well then, I can't do anything, can I? Krause's slow, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had until now been driving the oldest brother into a corner could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Ava, don't make me laugh. As if I would put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh! If we relied on you, how would you help us? I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will do my utmost to negotiate so that you can borrow the interest as well. Damn you, taking advantage of us. Baby, please calm down. I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard. Kyrie grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Krause laughed as though seeing that made him extremely happy. If only we truly could find Father's hidden gold at a time like this. Then I could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions for you right away. How sad, how sad, how very sad. How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad. Tonight, let us drink together as brothers and sisters and discuss the whereabouts of Father's hidden gold. Solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph together, why don't we? With our 4 friendly siblings all together, there is surely no puzzle that can't be solved. What a fucking guy. He truly got their asses. Oh boy, it's Kinzo time. How interesting. And what are the conditions that they attached? Certainly. Whether or not Krause-sama actually discovered the gold, he would pay Eva-sama, Rudolph-sama, and Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. However, 10% of that would be paid before March. Krause, you dunce. That he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. Truly amusing. But it seems they couldn't seal the deal. Yes. Yes. Krause-sama exposed that Eva-sama and the younger siblings all had an urgent need to get money. So if he's given something that simple, he can see it through then. He can't even manage incompetence. What are they doing now? That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now Beatrice-sama's epitaph is being discussed. So they are trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden. Yes. Kinzo set down his glasses and snorted. Will the miracle be fulfilled first, or will those fools expose the gold first? What a sight to behold. If those fools solve my puzzle, at that time I will be completely defeated. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The magnitude of the fool's greed imbues my great magic with its miraculous potential. But if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first, if it comes first,
Beatrice will be resurrected again. That smile which I've been chasing half my life will be restored. Oh, Beatrice! The sacred night when the miracle is wagered will come and the devil's game will begin. I will definitely win and will definitely remain alive.
You could have the lives of the others. Damn, so he's gonna fucking like Griffith style Behelit sacrifice his family.
I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything. I only want to see your smile one more time.
Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo signaled that he didn't need to.
Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold so that everyone could see it?
No.
It is because magical power is determined by risk. The greater the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold, the greater the danger of that happening. Then assuming that the bet is successful despite those long odds, the magical power will bring about an even grander miracle.
Okay, so it's him versus everybody else, and he's doing it on purpose. He is a Nen user, you're right, Ellen.
In other words, magic is a game. It is not true that the most superior person will become the winner. The winner becomes superior because he is granted magic. Do you understand? Just as the miracle of life is granted precisely because of a victory against divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you to understand?
My apologies.
That's fine. It all comes down to this. To the one that solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph, I will give all of that which I have built up. Wealth, honor, gold, and succession to the Ushiromiya family headship. Everything that I have established. The right to tackle the riddle is not limited to my children. Even if it were you who succeeded in solving it, that would make you qualified to gain everything.
Yes. However, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle.
Of course, I made it difficult, but you must also challenge it. That will become the seed with which the miracle of my magic will be summoned. If everyone challenges it and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracles are gathered and the magical power is born, it will happen then. Beatrice will revive. Therefore, you too must challenge it. All must challenge it.
That's right, everybody. You in the audience, you must too challenge it.
And in doing so, they must give strength to my magic. Do you understand?
Yes, I will try. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and grabbing onto his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo finally realized this.
That is all now.
There is a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward. I'm fine. After all, I am furniture.
So furniture doesn't eat sweets?
Indeed. In that case, leave me. As you ask. Please excuse me. Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door was closed, a heavy locking noise resounded. Heavy lock. Did we do it? Did we finally make it through the family conference? But that was not the sound of Kanon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, we know about this, that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to lock himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. This is just so that it can be a closed room mystery when he's dead, right? They're just reminding us. The only ones he could trust now were not the sons who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Oh, can you really? Dr. Nanjo, is something the matter?
Ah, Genji-san. Oh, it's just that I had no place in there anymore.
With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. It seemed that because of that motion, Genji understood what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to Oops. Can I go back to that line? Oh. Okay. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the parlor, the master he served is being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression. Still, it isn't clear to me. Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder? Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate with the epitaph. I fail to understand the master's thoughts. I sense that they run very deep. For as long as I can remember, whenever Kinzo-san played chess, he would always make moves based on some far-sighted reading of the board. Yes, sometimes even moves that were incomprehensible. For an average person like me, it is impossible to see through to whatever it is he's planning. Once again, the writer talking about himself. I personally suspect this may be some kind of will from the master. He most likely intends to entrust his assets and the family headship to whoever manages to comprehend it, hoping that the danger of some outsider like myself solving it would force the four siblings to work together to solve the riddle. It could be something like that, then. Kinzo-san may rudely disparage his children, but he might also be hoping that the siblings repair their relationship. Very hopeful, this guy. If, as Nanjo said, this epitaph had been written to repair the relationship between the siblings, how heartwarming that would be. However, Nanjo and Genji both knew this was the one thing that could never be the case. Here were the two who held the longest relationship with Kinzo, more trusted than his beloved relatives, and even they could not guess at Kinzo's true motive. The mess. Hello. How you doing? Hard time sleeping. What are you thinking about? All the places you want to live and all the jobs you want to have and all the moonlights that you can look up and see in the night sky?
Something like that, yeah.
I'm reading about epitaphs and shit. Apparently someone managed to solve the epitaph in episode 4.
Oh my gosh.
Impressive. Alright, I guess I'll keep reading. What's up with you? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm feeling better now.
Good one, good one, good one, good one, good one. Your hair can get so floofy now. It's like a big floof.
I'm a floofer.
Floof.
How long is this game?
About 700 hours.
So you're not going to be done tonight.
With the whole game?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be done for a year, maybe a year and a half.
Oh, man.
It's a very, very long game. That's why I didn't want to play it for so long. I was like, if I'm going to do this, it's going to have to be like a serious live stream event. Are you laying down because you want me to come walk on your back right now? All right, we're gonna take a short break from this gameplay, this riveting gameplay, and I'm gonna walk on. What?
How much game is there? Like, isn't it just like?
It's a novel. It isn't just reading a book. I think there's at some point choices you make, but I have not reached any of them, and I'm about 6 hours in. So, I can't say I know when they will start happening.
How long are you streaming tonight?
Probably another 2 hours. want to get through about 4 hours at a time with this game. I will not explain why, but it's definitively a game. Well, there's only like one choice throughout all of Umineko, and it's at episode 8. Well, then I guess it's only a game in the sense that you have to think about it to understand it. So it's mostly a book, but with voice acting and music and pictures, like a really advanced book. The gameplay is figuring out the mysteries. I guess in that sense, all mystery books are like games then. Kind of like Sherlock Holmes, A Game of Shadows. But that was a movie.
There's so many cheap trailers in Arizona.
I'm excited about that because they've seen cool. We're in a little tin can in the desert. Y'all, where should we move? And where should Bird get a job? And yes, I'm stepping on Bird again. I'm standing all over him. Getting my stand on. You can't see him because he's too low.
Too low.
Maybe if I angle the camera down enough, we can get some. There we go. There we go. Now you can understand what's going on here.
Oh god.
True bird back walking action. Butt step.
What's that? Ooh.
I'm like a Roomba
What does that even mean?
or a pool cleaning robot.
I still don't really get the comparison.
Because they go like in order all around the thing to make it good. Major back is still popping. It's like, how can there be anything left to pop? Alright, this has been your nightly walk on back stream. This is better than hot tub streamers and yoga streamers. Walk on back stream. Wait, it's like I'm surfing now. Everybody go surfing. Surfing on Bird's back. I'm gonna do an ollie. Hold on. It's gonna be like a skateboard, like, you know, like your whole body, like, it could be like leaning, like, whoa, I'm turning. Whoa, I'm turning the other way. Live backstepping contest.
Step one, but
More butt.
more like, you know, like.
Dappa said, I stopped looking at stream for 10 minutes and suddenly bird getting stepped on. Well, you know, sometimes life takes you in interesting directions. Sometimes you think you're looking at video games, and then you realize you're actually looking at bird getting stepped on. I must have good balance. I do have pretty decent balance. Let's do it tiptoe style. Ooh.
Oh, don't do that. That feels weird.
I literally can't get Surfing USA out of my head just because it looks like I'm surfing on you as a big surfboard.
I'm a big surfboard.
Big surfboard. I hear the bombs landing. Oh, just a plane.
Maybe what if I join the military?
Don't do it. It'd be bad.
I say it's what I recommend myself to.
It's not good. That's not correct. There we go. That looks right. Okay. Okay.
How should I fall asleep?
How should you fall asleep? Get really high using that purple vape. And seems like eating a big bowl of cereal puts you asleep sometimes. So eat a big bowl of cereal. And that's probably enough, right? Get really high and eat a big bowl of cereal.
I don't need a big bowl of cereal.
What else can Bird do to pass out right now? Continuing to look at houses and jobs will probably not help you get to sleep.
No.
There's always the option of don't fall asleep and just simply stay up until you're too tired and you can't take it anymore. Well, then you should go to sleep. It's 9:47 already. Actually, here's what you should do. Just throw on the Umineko stream. Listen to my stream. It'll put you to sleep quickly because you'll have no idea what I'm talking about. And you'll just hear the dulcet tones of my voice. Well,
Voices are too much.
well, you know, the voices are always too much for me when I'm trying to get to sleep. So,
No, like the voices.
yeah, I know what you meant. Try to retell his entire life to himself until he falls asleep.
I don't remember if I
Birds blocked it out. Well, I guess that's the part that would knock you out then. Imagine falling asleep to Bee's Maria voice.
Woo!
Okay. I'm gonna get back to reading this book now. Burger, come give me big hugs. Give me the biggest hug you've ever given anybody ever in your whole entire life. Well, you do.
That's true. It's not one.
Maybe the one I put the salt and the lime in it last night. It's probably upstairs. Give me big hugs. Give me the gigantic hugs.
Big hugs.
This is a satisfying hug.
Big hugs. Read textbook. I'm not in high school or college. I don't own a textbook.
No, but although we do sleep next to a big wall of books,
They're not textbooks, though.
so that's probably boring. Read the like Obama autobiography or something. Count backwards from 300, someone said.
Not Mr. Beast.
I love you. Right? That was refreshing. Now it's time to get back into this tense mystery drama. Okay. The master is always saying that the right to challenge the riddle is granted to everyone, whether they are a member of the family or not. How about you, Dr. Nanjo? No, it's a little too hard to understand for this senile old man. Actually, I wrote this epitaph down in my notebook at one point in time. Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep, but it truly is hard. I believe it shall continue providing me enjoyment for the rest of my days. What about you, Genji-san? I am nothing more than furniture that serves the master. Gold and assets are useless to me. My, you are a humble person. What if the servants are like actually like Beauty and the Beast style? Like they are actually just furniture that's been turned into people? Like he's just like a couch. And so he's like, I'll never be able to live a human life. Like I basically wouldn't exist if Master hadn't turned his couch into a guy, you know? That's probably why Kinzo-san trusts you so much. If so, I am honored. Kanon is a dishwasher. He does wash dishes, so it would make sense. As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph. Behold, the Sweetfish River, running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. That which is written on the epitaph of the portrait of my beloved witch Beatrice is as follows. Behold the Sweetfish River, running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Or just go to the Discord. It's linked on the We Watch Anime Channels About page. You can get to the Golden Land that way. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There, the key to the Golden Land sleeps. I'm now thinking of the song Key of the Twilight from Dot Hack. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The 2 who are close has to be George and fucking maid girl, Shannon. Or Shannon and Cannon. Their names are literally close. I'm thinking Shannon and Ken in the second Twilight. The 6 chosen by the key are probably the 6 who were at the dinner, right? The 6 adults who were at the dinner. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. I would think that would be Kinzo. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. Okay, so that's whoever's got the biggest tits. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. That's the fat one, right? On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all of the golden land's gold. One resurrects all the dead people's souls. Okay, well, good. Everybody can come back to life. One even revives all the love they possessed. Ooh. So that'll be a really happy ending. And one for the witch to eternally rest. Rest in peace, my beloved witch, Beatrice. I'm not dead. Sandy Beach.
第10の晩に旅は終わり。
So, on the 10th twilight, the journey shall end, and you shall reach the golden land. You really are diligent, Maria. You did a good job taking notes on all of this.
I forget a lot, so I write things down. Write things down like Mom said.
There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around, and Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while here on this beach. For Jessica and the others, this was a puzzle that they had already tried to solve several times, and had already gotten bored with. But it was a first for me, and I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my male sense of romance.
まず1行目。
That's the taint. Let's start with the first line. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved home of old. Where was grandfather's old home again?
I heard that before the war, the Ushiromiya family had a mansion near Odawara.
So that said, you'd want to know about a sweet fish river that flows through Odawara, right?
まずはその川が気に
Yeah,
なる
because
から
that
な。
river's the starting point. And then it's got
黄金鏡を
you
目
who
指す
seek
者は
the golden
そい
land
つを
follow
下
its
って
path
鍵を
downstream in
探せ
search
と
of the
小田原に
key.
ある川って
What
な。
rivers are in Odawara?
鮎が泳ぐ川
It's
って
gotta
ね。
be the one with sweet fish swimming in it.
小田原で
For
鮎って
sweet fish in
言ったら
Odawara, it'd be the
早川だろう
Hayakawa.
ね。
He just fucking knows this.
渓流釣りで有
It's
名だよ。
famous for its mountain stream fishing. Okay, sure.
Ugh, I hate fish.
Maria, you'll understand when you get older.
鮎の塩
You'll
焼
be
きを
all
ベロ
licky,
ベロ
licky,
ベ
licky,
ロ
licky, salted, roasted sea fish, sweet fish.
うんマジで
Yummy!
さっき飯
Even
食
though
った
we
ばっかり
just
だった
ate,
の
I'm
に
getting hungry
もう
again.
Shall I bring you some biscuits?
Huh?
あー
Oh, sorry, that's not what I
そんな
meant.
つもり
Don't
だったん
mind
じゃ
me.
ない。
Shannon-chan, who didn't have any leftover chores for a while, was faithfully keeping us company. I would have thought that as a servant accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but it seemed that it wasn't so much in her case. To the contrary, it seemed she was having fun joining in on the conversation with people of a similar age. When I asked, she told me she was a live-in worker. So normally, the only person close in age to her was Jessica. I get it. That must be pretty wearisome.
さて
Alright,
小田原で
so I
鮎の
get
川って
that
言えば
the
早
sweet
川だって
fish-filled
ことは分
river
かった
near Odawara is the
と
Hayakawa.
なりゃ下る
In
しか
that
ねえ
case,
な
we have to go
早
down it.
川を下る
Don't you
と
find anything if you head down the Hayakawa?
If you follow it downstream, you'll arrive in the ocean.
そうさ
Of course, you'd reach the
河口
mouth
部
of
に
the
そ
river.
して非
And
分の
then the
3行目
third
に
line
は
of the epitaph was,
川を下れば
as you
やが
travel
て
down
里
it, you will
は
see
あ
a
ると。ちな
village.
みにそういう
By the way,
河口部
since
は
long
大
ago,
抵
the mouths of rivers have
大昔から
generally been
輸
key
送の
points
要
for
衝になってて
transportation, and large
大き
cities
な都
tend
市
to be
が
built
ここ
there.
か
That'd be the
次の
next
チェックポイント
checkpoint.
うんうん
Hmm.
なかなかいい
Well, that's a
筋
pretty
だ
good
ね
theory.
バトラ君の
Just
想
like
像
you
通り
imagined, in
そ
ancient
こは
times, there
大
was
昔
a
に
very
とても栄
prosperous
えた
old
こと
city
小田原
there.
城があると
That's
ころ
where
だね
Odawara Castle is.
I think I might have gone to Odawara Castle on a field trip once. It really was a wonderful castle. Yeah, I went to Odawara Castle too. Even though I live in a Western style house, it sure is true that Japanese people feel calmer with Japanese style. Ah, I think castles are boring. Theme parks are better. Ah.
そうかそうか
I see, I see. Alright, alright. If we find the gold, the Great Battle Osama will generously reserve a whole theme park for a day and let you play all you want. Why would you want to be by her? I mean, I guess you don't have to stand in line. That's the nice part, but like,
No people there would be a little boring. Still, Odawara Castle. The hidden gold of Odawara Castle? Oh? Kind of has the right ring to it, don't you think? Well, we figured out that much when we tried this 2 years ago. The village down the river where the sweet fish swim in Odawara, we figured that it was probably somewhere near Odawara Castle. The problem is the next line. Alright, let's see where your strange reasoning can take you. Jessica grinned broadly. It was like she was saying that if the puzzle could be solved so easily, she would have found it long ago. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself. The fourth line. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. I don't know what that means by the two, but anyway, the shore. What does it mean by the shore? Is there any place near there with shore in its name?
I have heard that there is a place called Sogakishi in Odawara.
Huh? Whoa. You sure know a lot. So, what does that mean? Shannon-chan, are you also after the gold and trying to solve the riddle? That makes us rivals.
It's not like I'm interested in gold. It's just that George-sama told me about it before.
That's because we reached the same conclusion 2 years ago. We even went and laid out a map and looked it up. It was about 5 kilometers to the north of Odawara Castle. There certainly was a place called Sogakishi there. But after that, we got stuck. The fifth line doesn't say where the key is hidden in that place. Maria-chan, could you read it for us?
There the key to the Golden Land sleeps. I read it.
Sogakishi is probably large, and there wasn't ever any house built there by the Ushiromiya family. Laetitia with $2 Australian says, "Murder this family." With no hint as to where the key is hidden at that huge area, we pretty much have to throw in the towel. You're right. And without the key, we can't advance to the next line. George Eineke, what kind of place is Sogakishi? I'm not sure. I've never been there, so I don't really know, but according to the map, it's in the mountains. I'm pretty sure it was at the base of Mount Asama. Something doesn't sit right with me. Aren't puzzles for the hiding places of treasure meant to be a bit more exact than this? I get the feeling we're barking up the wrong tree with Sogakishi. I don't know about that. Sogakishi looks suspicious to me. There might be some house there that we just don't know about that grandfather lived in when he was a kid. I mean, the first line did go on about his beloved home of old. Shannon, grandfather has you pouring drinks and stuff for him a lot, right? Haven't you ever been made to listen to stories from his past?
The master almost never speaks of his past. However, I've heard him speak of the great Kanto earthquake that almost destroyed the Ushiromiya family as though it had nothing to do with him. So he may have been living far away from the Kanto area.
The Ushiromiya main family may have been living in Odawara, but the branch families probably weren't limited to that. Grandfather often called himself a branch of a branch family and the least connected to the succession, after all. So, in other words, the beloved home of old might not even be Odawara at all. I've never even asked about grandfather's old home, and he probably wouldn't give it away if I did. If the so-called beloved home of old isn't referring to the Ushiromiya family's roots, then the Odawara theory is wrong from the beginning. Of course, this doesn't remove all possibility that it was Sogakishi. For example, he could have lived in Odawara when he was very young, but then moved far away later.
I don't get what you're talking about.
Maria had been completely left out of the conversation, and she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom. Well, basically, if we can't decide where the start is for our golden game of chutes and ladders, we can't even begin to play. But wait, in the first 5 lines, the thing we're searching for is a key, right? You can enter a door even without a key, just by busting right through it. Can't we just throw away the first 5 lines and start figuring out the rest? This motherfucker. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Oh well, we're just killing time anyway. Let's hear the rest of your reasoning.
But in the next part, it quickly becomes disturbing.
Shannon-chan frowned slightly. After looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there, I agree. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. It sure does get horrible quickly. On the second twilight, it says to tear apart the 2 who are close. Does that mean to make them break off their romance? Or literally tear them apart? I don't know, but either way, it's pretty disgusting. Even if we ignore the meaning of that second line, on the first twilight it's 6 people, and on the 4th through 8th twilights it's 5 people. So at least 11 people must become sacrifices.
Sacrifices to revive Beatrice.
I see, sacrifices to bring back the witch. I guess you could take it that way. As a result, the witch revives on the 9th twilight. This last part is glorious.
On the ninth twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. So everyone dies in the end anyway.
And then it's got the goal finally being reached on the 10th twilight that follows. Not sure how anyone shall reach the golden land if everyone's dead. Maybe death is the way into the golden land. It seems to allow for different interpretations as to whether or not the traveler who holds the key would be included in the none shall be left alive part. But there's something pretty interesting written at the end. The lines about how, after reaching the goal, 4 treasures will be given by the witch. 1 shall be all the gold. The problem is the next one. It says she'll resurrect all the dead people's souls, right? Doesn't it seem like this refers to everyone that died in the earlier lines?
If you put it like that, the next one, the part about even reviving the love they possess, might be referring to the pair torn apart on the second twilight.
That's right. And the 4th one refers to the 9th twilight. The 4th treasure is putting the witch revived in the 9th twilight back to sleep again.
If we interpret it favorably,
It's hectic with people dying and being broken up, but it's all made well in the end. The awakened witch once again sleeps, and all that's left is plenty of gold. Yeah, all this seems like it's probably not gonna be what any of it means at all. The witch must have her hands full with all this killing, reviving, breaking up, and reuniting people. Oh, I bet she does. Not to mention waking up and sleeping. I get the feeling she doesn't do that part. Oh well, just when the tale of the hidden gold was getting interesting, as soon as the witch's story is tied in, it quickly gets pretty shady.
No kidding.
I laughed along with Jessica. After all, a witch was just ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in witches, got angry.
Ah! Witches are awesome. They can do anything with magic. Even kill. Even bring back to life. Even give love. Even take it. Can fly in the sky. Can become invisible. Can even make gold and bread out of nothing. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Oh no. My bad. It's just a joke. Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. She grabbed her notebook back out of my hands and, opening to the other pages, tried to prove that witches existed. Those pages had colored illustrations of witches drawn on them and conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches well. They were not depicted as the normal, sinister, crooked-nosed hags flying around on brooms, but as dreamlike people with mysterious powers who could do anything and wore beautiful dresses, magical girls. Just what you would expect from an imaginative young girl. Dancing through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with magical teacups and teapots that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of them. With a flourish of their wands, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produced sweets would bud by the roadside. To Maria, witches were the sole thing that could give form to the magical dreams that so captivated her. The last thing enriching her reality, which revealed more and more of its bland nature to her with every inch she grew. That was why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream to be insulted. And for that very reason, nor did she want the epitaph, which affirmed the existence of witches, to be insulted. Because the witch Beatrice is Maria's dream. To Maria-chan, this is not something that points to the hiding place of the gold, but magic to revive the witch. So, it was the single bridge between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung onto George Eineke.
Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like the times she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't want to be easily consoled. As Jessica and I hung our heads, wondering what we could do, Shannon-chan timidly opened her mouth in our place.
Maria-sama, did you know? There is a ghost story about Beatrice-sama that has been passed down among the servants. Huh? Yeah, that's right. Shannon-chan, tell us about it. I don't really know, but it's apparently pretty famous among the servants.
What's this? A ghost story? Yeah, it seems it's a story from before we were born. I've also heard about it from my mother.
Yes. It has been passed down since the mansion was built on this island. The servants of that time whispered that the mansion had two masters, one of the day and one of the night.
The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, then inevitably the witch was going to pay the mansion a visit. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
Doors and windows they were sure they'd shut or locked would be open when they came around to double check. Lights they definitely turned off would be on, and lights they definitely turned on would be off. Things would disappear from where they had been placed, and things would appear when no one had any memory of putting them there. When any of these things happened, the old servants would say that the witch had visited the mansion, invisible, and had played pranks. Ooh, see? She exists. Beatrice exists.
The Pusha with $5 Australian says apparently this VN is inspired by Agatha Christie's novel, And Then There Were None. Interesting. I haven't read any Agatha Christie before.
Yeah, she exists. I remember often being unable to find my bag before heading to school.
Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh, as though this was the final proof that the witch existed. If I said it out loud, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't, but... I mean, you hear that kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, it might be blamed on fairies or something. It's just that on this island, they call it the witch. Of course, you would expect that walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie.
In addition, some servants have also seen will-o-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Kanon-kun also said he saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. And recently, the servants have been talking about strange footsteps inside the mansion near midnight. We have whispered together that Beatrice-sama from the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. It happened a long time ago, but I have also heard that those kinds of footsteps while patrolling at night.
Huh. That's scary.
But there's nothing to be afraid of, you know. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion separate from the master. So she won't do anything bad as long as you respect her and don't act afraid.
However, she's fearsome if you don't respect her, right?
Yes. I heard that someone who quit just before I began working, after falling down the stairs and receiving a large injury on their back, had been speaking badly of Beatrice-sama. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought upon this person. Anger will definitely be brought down on Battler and Jessica.
Oh, I bet. I'm sorry. I don't want her anger brought down upon me. I apologize, Maria. Of course, I also apologize to the witch. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive an outsider's nonsense.
I apologize as well. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Will the witch be able to forgive us now? Don't know. Witches are fickle, so they forgive when they forgive and don't when they don't.
That's no good. Maria-chan, isn't there some kind of charm that could prevent Battler-kun and Jessica-chan from having Beatrice-sama's anger brought down upon them? Maybe something to ward off magic? By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. I was once again forced to admire his ability to comfort children. After crossing her arms and pondering seriously as to whether there was some charm capable of protecting Jessica and myself from the witch's wrath, Maria began flipping through the pages of her notebook. I had thought it was just a simple scribbled diary, but it turned out that there were also many pages that looked like they had come from a book on black magic. She was intently comparing several such pages, onto which had been copied what looked like magic circles. It looks like that black magic hobby wasn't limited to grandfather alone. Perhaps she had finished her research. She vigorously closed the notebook, that's an adorable face, with a snap, threw it into her handbag, and began fishing through that bag's contents. It seemed that various jumbled up things were in there. For a while, she continued to take out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to her, and repeatedly throw them back in, saying they were wrong. She looked a little humorous, almost like Santa Claus deliberating over which present to give. Finally, it seemed that she had excavated what she was looking for. With a face unimaginably brighter than the difficult expression she had worn until now, she stuck them out to Jessica and me. As I reached out to grab it, I noticed that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary, with a scorpion motif metal attached. I mean, you often find cheap accessories that correspond to the constellations. It felt like a gift that you might win in the crane game at an arcade. It really looked like something like that. There were two, probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, considering the odd fact that there were two of them, they looked like cheap manufactured goods. Are these the two that are close? And it was quite hard to think of them as magical items. You're giving these to me and Battler?
Ooh. With these charms, even Beatrice is no problem. Because the scorpion has the power to black magic.
Huh, really? Didn't think scorpions could do that.
Battler doesn't believe.
I had inflamed Maria again because I said too much. Maria took out her notebook again and turned and pointed to page after page, going on and on about how the scorpion had holy power and had been drawn on magic-repelling magic circles since ancient times.
I've heard about that from some of the Umbreon servants. Something about how the scorpion is drawn as a magic-repelling symbol in sorcery.
Huh? Really?
Woo! The scorpion protects against bad magic and disasters, and an emerald it brings peace to the heart. So it has double the effect.
It's true. The scorpion is wrapping around an emerald, protecting it. I see, that seems very useful. I really wanted to make fun of this worthless-looking charm, but as I watched Maria explaining the charm with all of her heart and realized that she had prepared them out of consideration for us, it felt as though, even if it were just a prize from a game center, it would still be beneficial. Material quality isn't what's important about charms, it's the strength of the feelings behind them. I'd like to think I have enough respect for myself not to make fun of those. Okay, thank you. I apologize to Beatrice-sama, but even in the worst case where I'm cursed, I'll be safe now thanks to your charm. Right, Jessica?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Maria.
Wear it on your arm when you want a peaceful heart. If you put it in your wallet, your money won't go down. If you hang it from a doorknob, bad things can't get in.
This is a fucking important suite of powers for this thing to have.
A really useful charm. What an incredible effect. If it is a charm that Maria-sama can recommend with confidence, I am sure it will be reliable.
As Shannon-chan tapped her hands together lightly, Maria stuck out her chest. She was completely cheered up again. If it would keep her in this good of a mood, it would probably be worth it to let Maria lead the discussions for a while longer. When you think about it, she hadn't shared in our excitement when we talked about the gold's hidden location, so I think she had gotten a little bored. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked, Jessica and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. For each one, George Eineke and Shannon-chan would act surprised and agree with everything she said. The color of the clouds in the sky grew progressively heavier, but the cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after 1 year of separation. Did I just feel a drop on my forehead? Huh?
どうだろうな。
You might have. As George Aniki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, raindrops could easily have started falling down at any moment. It also seemed like the wind had gotten a little stronger. Oh yeah, there's supposed to be a typhoon or some shit, right?
Ooh, I didn't feel a drop. I'm the only one. Ugh.
安心しろ。
Calm down,
俺
neither
にも
did
今夜
I.
それに今夜になれば
Anyway, I'm sure that it'll
誰にも
rain
等し
so
く
much
大
tonight
雨
that
が降るだろ
everyone
う
will
よ。
get the same amount of raindrops.
そうだね。
That's right.
そろそろ
Maybe we
仕上
should
げ
head
た方
back
がいいかな。
soon? Shannon-chan looked down at her watch. It may already be well into the evening.
もう仕事に戻る時
Time
間
to get back to work already? I feel like this game may actually take place somehow in slower than real time. Like, we're still in one day, and I'm just like, I don't know, maybe it's like exactly real time of an experience, but... Time to get back to work already?
はい
Yes.
皆様と一
I
緒で
enjoyed this time I
楽
spent
しい時
together
間を
with
過
you
ご
all.
させてありがとうございま
Thank
し
you
た
very much.
熊沢さんに
Tell
クッキーをごち
Kumasawa-san
そう
thanks
さ
for
ま
the
って伝えて
cookies.
さみんな。
Alright,
片付
everyone,
けを手伝おう。
help out with the cleanup. Shannon-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant's job, but picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. We folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything up.
The trash is getting away! Ah.
そいつは逃
Oh
がさ
no,
ない
it
ぜ。
isn't. I'll grab it
マリ
before you.
Ah. I'm gonna get it. Ah.
マリア
Maria,
靴を濡らすな
don't
よ
get your shoes wet. You'll get in trouble.
I get the feeling this is like the happiest memory these characters are gonna get together. Like the music is so like soft, nostalgic, good times. Like yeah, this is like this is the nice memory. To Maria, chasing after some trash that the strong winds had sent flying was just like an extension of our playtime. By the time we finished cleaning up, the wind has started blowing very strongly. It looked like a good chance to head
皆
back.
様のおかげで助かり
You
ま
all
した
really helped me
あり
out.
がとうございま
Thank
し
you
た
very much.
もう本当に時間がないみたいだ
Also, I
ね。
can't help thinking this song is like this game's version of You from Higurashi. It really looks like you're out of
先に
time.
戻っていいよ。
It's alright if you head back first. George Aniki perceived from her hurried appearance that very little of her free time was left.
源氏さん時間には厳しい
Genji-san
人
is
だから
very
な
vigorous about
刑事の
time.
持ち場につい
If
て
you
な
aren't
ん
at
て
the
厳
right
しそう
place
だ
at
ぜ
the right time, he can be very strict.
また後で
Well,
ね。
we'll see you
お
later.
仕事。
Do your
頑張って
best with your work.
Yes.
それでは
Then if
失
you'll
礼させてい
excuse
ただき
me.
ます
After making a respectful bow, Shannon-chan hurried off in the direction of the rose
ほんじゃ
garden.
俺たちも
Okay,
ゲスト
let's
ハウス
head
に
back
戻
to
ろ
the
うぜ。
guest
テレビも
house.
見て。
We can watch
くつろがせ
TV
て
or
もらうぜ。
something and relax a little.
Watch TV. Watch TV.
なら
Ugh.
決まりだな
Then it's
戻
decided.
ってみんなで
Let's
一緒
all
に
head
テレビ
back
で
and
も見よう
watch
ぜ
TV together. Even Maria, who was still not tired of playing, agreed when she thought about watching TV. We headed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. The wind had become very strong, and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. Tonight's typhoon is sure to ruin them. These roses might be done in by tonight's winds.
そうだな
Yeah.
バラたちも
I'd say they were lucky, though. After all, they got to welcome all of you before the
花
typhoon.
はいつか
A
必ず
flower
散
will
る
always lose its petals at some
でも
point. However,
だからこ
because
そ
of that, we can
咲き
admire them
誇る
even
今を
more
めで
when
る
they
こと
are
が
in
できるん
bloom.
じゃ。そうだな。
That's
マ
right.
リアもよく目に
Maria,
焼き付け
burn
て。
this image into your eyes. Fucking, that's a way to say it.
今この瞬
At
間
this
だ。
moment, they are the
今
best
年で
roses
一
of
番
the
のバラな
year.
んだぜ。
Ugh.
に焼き付け
Burned into eyes.
Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she had remembered something.
マリアのバラ
My rose.
台風で飛
The
ばされちゃ
typhoon
う
will send it flying. Ugh.
うん。
Oh,
Those
you mean that
are
unhealthy rose
Usually some
Georgianiki
ribbon
marked
was
with a
getting
ribbon? It seemed that Maria remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her.
Ugh.
あれはどこ
Where
だった
was
っけ
that
な
again?
確かこ
I'm
の
sure it
辺
was
だったと思った
somewhere
ぜ
around here. We searched everywhere around that area, but after all, it was only a single flower amongst all of these roses. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, it wasn't proving easy to find. She fucking magicked that shit away somehow. The winds that made up the front lines of the typhoon were making the roses throughout the garden undulate. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find. Maybe it wasn't here. Let's try spreading out a bit in our search. Sounds good. Let's go for strength in numbers. Huh? What's up, Maria? As we made to split up and search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. It felt like her intention was to stop us from going to another place. What is it? What happened?
My rose is here. It's here.
でも現にないぜ。
But it's actually not, is it?
この花壇の裏側
Maybe it
だっ
was
た
on
の
the
か
other side of the flower bed.
みんなで探せば早い
If
ぜ。
we all look, we'll find it fast, right?
It's here. My rose is here. Look for it. Look for it.
Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She was pointing at the spot, saying it was definitely there, yet it actually wasn't. And yet, if we went to go search elsewhere, she got mad. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we would have to stay with Maria and pretend to search through this rose thicket. Well, that's difficult.
Not here. Not here. Not here.
Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. Maria became increasingly ill-tempered. Oh, man. Maria is really losing her temper.
マリアはたまに
Maria
すごく
sometimes
どう
starts
で
to
もい
really
いことを
care
気にし
about
始
really
めちゃうんだよ。
pointless things.
それがどうにか
If
な
she
る時
gets
はい
what
い
she
んだけど
wants, that's all right, but
ないものは
you can't find
探せ
something
ない
that
し
isn't there.
困ったな
That's not good. Just as we were starting to despair for a way out of the situation, Maria shouted out loudly,
Mama!
In the direction she was waving her hand, Auntie Rosa's figure was visible. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came, or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Auntie Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over.
あらあら
Oh my,
どう
what
したの
happened,
みん
everyone?
な何か探し
Are
物
you
な
looking
の
for something?
Look for it. Mama, you look for my rose too.
マリアのバ
Your
ラって
rose?
この辺に
We found an
元気のない
unhealthy
バラを
rose
一
around
つ見
here
つ
and
け
marked
て
it.
飴玉かなんかの
We
包み
tied a
紙で
candy
グッ
wrapper or
と
something around it, right?
しかしマリ
But
ア
Maria, if I remember
確か
correctly, it
俺
was
の記憶
growing
が
right
正し
in
けりゃ
front and really
す
stood
ぐ
out,
手前
didn't
の目
it?
立つところに生えてた足が生えてどこかに行っ
Unless
ち
it
まった
grew
んだな
legs
き
and
ゃ
ran off somewhere, it
他の
must
場所
have
だっ
been
たと思う
somewhere
ぜ
else.
マリアの記憶違
Aren't
いじ
you
ゃない
just
のか
remembering it wrong?
It is here. It is here. Peddler doesn't believe.
その
For the
言うのや
umpteenth
めなさ
time,
い
will
っ
you
て
please
何度言っ
stop
たら
that
わかるの
ooh
ママ
nonsense?
も探してあげる
Mama
から
will look for it,
静
so
かにし
stay
なさい
quiet.
I was a little surprised to see Auntie Rosa, who I had only ever seen as gentle, get angry. Auntie Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being, but we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here. And so Auntie Rosa also realized very quickly that it wasn't here. The rose isn't
他の
here.
場所の間違い
Did
じ
you
ゃない
mistake this place for
こ
somewhere
れだけ
else?
たくさんのバラ
There's
があ
so
るんだ
many
から
roses around.
That's wrong. It is here. Mama doesn't believe.
ちゃんと信じて
I
探
do
してるで
believe
し
you,
ょ
that's why I'm
で
searching.
もないじゃ
But
な
it
い
isn't here.
But it is here. It is here, but it isn't.
じゃあ誰かが抜い
Then
ちゃったんでし
someone
ょ
must have ripped it
とに
out.
かくその
Just
言うの
stop
やめなさい
whining like that.
Who ripped out my rose too? Give it back. Give it back.
How should I know? Stop it. Stop that whining. She finally smacked her ass. I was waiting for this. This is how I remember the show. Auntie Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. For that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected before it could be fulfilled, she started yelling with an increasingly louder voice.
My rose.
Didn't I tell you to stop that weird habit? That's why all of the kids in your class make fun of you. Cut it out. Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. This time, she didn't go silent. She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly louder voice. Auntie Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up. Auntie Rosa? No, she's just a little kid. There's no reason to get so serious. I attempted to intervene with a forced smile and my hands clasped together, but the deadly serious look I was thrown by Auntie Rosa taught me quickly that I shouldn't butt in. I'm sorry, would you all return to your room for a little while? Your auntie needs to have a little talk with Maria.
Nobody believes in my rose, even though it was here. Look for it. Look for it. Here. It was here.
But it's not here. Then you must be confusing it with somewhere else, mustn't you?
It is here. It's definitely here.
Then it has disappeared. Give it up.
Why? Why did my rose disappear? Why?
I don't know that, so stop saying ooh, ooh. Auntie Rosa once again raised her hand and, overrun by emotions, slapped Maria's cheek. It was so strong it knocked Maria over. Hey, Auntie Rosa, even if she is your daughter, you shouldn't be violent like that. I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground crying ooh, ooh. I know that problems between parent and child are none of my business as an outsider, but I wasn't brought up to silently just observe something like this. Don't you think it's weird, Battler-kun? Do you have any girls at your school that mutter ooh, ooh? Well, I am in high school, but for an elementary schooler, I think saying ooh, ooh is pretty cute. Cute? Saying ooh, ooh is cute? I mean, it was pretty cute. Cute? It seemed that my reckless words had brought Auntie Rosa's wrath down upon me. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying expression. Don't say such nonsense. Do you know how old Maria is? She's 9 years old. She's a 4th grader, you know. She's not a kindergartner. And even so, she still says ooh, ooh during class. Don't you understand? This kid, do you know what they say about her when they bully her? Thanks to this weird habit, she still hasn't made even a single friend. Don't turn your eyes from reality and recklessly call Maria cute. Think much, much more seriously about this kid's future. I told you stop saying ooh. She's stomping on her now. Didn't I tell you to stop it? Auntie Rosa struck Maria's quivering head, from which an increasingly unsatisfied voice was rising. I tried to stop her, but she thrust me away. My back collided with George Eineke. A long time ago, Auntie Rosa also thought of it as nothing more than one of Maria-chan's baby words. But she is now midway through elementary school, so the fact that it hasn't been fixed has bothered her a lot recently. It's not like it matters what kind of words she uses. You can't become a proper member of society like that. So even though it's not a pleasant scene to watch, this is a problem between mother and child. Shut the fuck up, George. This is not how you solve this problem, obviously. Well, my mom's always giving me hell about how I speak, too. If you look at it that way, maybe an outsider shouldn't interfere with this, even though it's painful to watch. Battler-kun, didn't you ever have any bad habits as a kid that you couldn't fix and got you in trouble? They're like, don't you get your ass beat? Just like the rest of us? Well, one or two. On Parents' Day, I got a huge telling off in front of everyone, and it was so embarrassing I couldn't stand it. Well then, you can understand Maria-chan's feelings right now. I'm sure she doesn't want us to be here now. Do you understand as well, Jessica-chan? I don't think anyone likes to be seen when they're being punished. Let's go. Well, I don't know. It kind of sounds like you're trying to abandon her while she's getting the shit kicked out of her by her mom. Let's return to the guest house. Then, after Maria-chan comes back, let's welcome her as if nothing happened. That's probably for the best, isn't it? We thought that George Aneke's point was probably correct, and if we could use that correct-sounding reason to justify our retreat from this painful scene, that was probably enough for us. Jessica and I nodded at George Aneke, and we all left. Abandoned. We called toward Maria that we were going to head to the guest house, but since it didn't seem to reach her ears, we felt guilty and shameless even saying it. In that case, look by yourself as much as you want. Mama doesn't care.
Look for it. I'll look for it by myself. Look for it even if Mama doesn't care.
Have it your way. After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold, hurtful gesture, because it was. But from Rosa's perspective, that was not her intention. It was because the hand which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek with was still numb. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. As Rosa left, only Maria was left in the rose garden, all alone. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place, not until she found that poor withering rose. It had definitely been there, and yet it wasn't there. Even though she knew the place, and even though this was it wasn't there. Maria, while bitterly staring at the place it was supposed to be, thought frantically, maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly changed her position and continued to stare. The wind was getting increasingly stronger, another good metaphor for the writing of the game. But Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed.
Still awake, man. Hello. I have to pee, actually. Would you talk to these streamers, people, while I go to the bathroom? You got inside of me. Just tell them blah blah.
Blah 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 ba hababa hababa habadaga hababa blah 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 blah
Holy shit,
blah
I'm
blah blah
insane listening to
blah
this.
blah 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 blah
I thought the
blah blah
video
blah
game
blah
was gonna make me crazy.
blah blah blah. Hold on.
You can do that for an impressive amount of time.
How much money do you think I could make by saying blah 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 for as long
Doing
as I
just a live
possibly
stream of
could?
that, you know, I'd be interested to find out. Oh boy. I'm still probably gonna play another hour of this game. There are boots. I typically do about 4 hours per sesh, per session. Because I've been told if I don't do at least that much, it will take 9 years to get through this game. You could sit in here and you could lay on the floor and maybe you'll fall asleep from the sound of me reading it.
Then I'd have to get up and go into bed.
Well, currently, you're not falling asleep at all. You're not falling asleep.
That is true.
You look like you should be asleep. You look like you are most of the way asleep, but not somehow all
It's
the way
funny
across
saying
the
blah blah
threshold.
blah 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 for about a minute or two. Kind of
Took a lot of energy out of you. Now imagine reading 20 different character voices for hours on end. In fact, maybe you should take over reading for a little bit. Maybe that'll help you fall asleep. Read like 12 pages of Umineko and you'll be out. Yeah, read that one. Read the line there.
Kinzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window.
He continued.
It had finally started to rain. It had begun later than the weather report had predicted. Kinzo, as if being summoned by the sound of the rain, approached the window. The sound of the rain is a sound of silence. That sound feels quieter than any silence. And, wow, that was annoying. Why not just show the whole fucking sentence? And makes humans remember that, in the end, they are alone from when they are born to when they die.
The sound of rain reminds you of this?
You're late, Beatrice.
Were those words directed at the rainy sky? I don't think the sky's name is Beatrice. No one could be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze. So, wow, this guy's got a cool outfit.
He's the fucking...
Wow, you're spitting. Why are you spitting? The stream is episode 2 because it's episode 2 of the stream.
Yeah.
This game actually 700 hours long.
No, it's like 150 or some shit.
Okay.
It is incredibly long.
So, shall we begin?
56 and a half
Our
hours.
banquet of miracles.
For the whole thing? Or just for...
Is it Umineko when they cry?
Yeah.
56 and a half hours. If you're a gamer that strives to see all aspects of the game, you are likely to spend around 70 and a half hours to attain 100% completion.
In this very moment, this island has been cut off from the world. Now there are none who can interrupt my ritual. There are many fitting sacrifices for you. 4 of my children, 3 of their companions, 4 of my grandchildren, me and my guests and my servants. You may eat up as many as you please. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulette. If that roulette chooses me, even I will become your sacrifice. However, because of that, because I will bet on that madness, I will definitely create a grand miracle. Come, devour as much as you wish. I will overcome that roulette. Yes, I'll put everything on the line. First, I will return the headship of the Ushiromiya family. Take it.
As Kinzo violently opened the window, he ripped the golden ring from his finger and forcefully threw it away. At that moment, thunder resounded, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring. And when you are resurrected, it will be me who stands there. I will live until the end and watch over you as you awaken. Is he talking to the Golden Witch right now?
Yeah, he's pretty much always talking to
Is that why he's saying Beatrice, or is that...
Yes.
Okay.
Although the way he says it is Beatrice.
Huh.
Beatrice!
Okay, hey, your granddad's door is open and he's asleep.
Yeah.
Welcome to my banquet. In exchange for all that I have created, show me a miracle one final time. Ooh. Beatrice. Oh, wow. It's a chandelier. Do I have to click past the chandelier? No, okay.
Oh, hey, we hit another glass break moment. That's Granddad getting up.
because you're making too much noise.
Maybe. Oh, rainy.
And
The news ticker.
a news ticker popped up on the top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the harshly beating raindrops on the window were much more convincing than... Okay. This rain's incredible. Still, when it's raining this hard, it feels like it's gonna stop soon. You wish. That's the same voice. Whatever. They both look like they have that voice.
Yeah, if you wear the headphones, you can hear what they sound like, and then you can copy the voices. You can copy the voice acting.
They said the typhoon's moving slow, so it could be like this all day tomorrow. This is like fully voiced.
Yeah.
And even a little weather would be enough to stop the boats. Wow, this guy's a nerd. Alright, I can't participate in this.
Good night. Give me big hugs. You can lay on the couch. You said that. You don't want to be good. Okay, I'm gonna read this for another hour, and then I'm gonna go to bed so I can hang out with the burger, who may or may not still be awake by then, but we'll find out. George immediately disgusted Bert enough to make him quit. Yeah, it did seem that way, didn't it? All right. He was like, I don't want to have to voice this fucking nerd. It looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. I'm glad I was cautious and didn't make any appointments for Monday with the outside world. I guess this means it looks like we'll be skipping school Monday. Living on an island starting to look pretty good. Come to think of it, Jessica, you have to take a boat to school every day, right? What do you do when the boats are closed down? Do you stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing like King Kamehameha? If the boats don't come, I stay home. Still, it's not as good as it sounds. Most of the time I get ordered to do private study, and they're super anal about checking it, so it's not like I can take it easy. During the rainy season, when the weather stays bad for a long time, you must be forced to miss a bunch of days in a row. Yep, that happens. But then every single day I'll get a call from my homeroom teacher sourly instructing me on what to study and what to turn in. She can't slack off as easily as you're thinking, Bad Raccoon. She has to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done. It'd actually be easier to just go to school. In my own room, I get distracted and can't concentrate. Plus, being made to do nothing but workbooks for several days straight is really mentally stressful. When I'm ready for college, I really just want to go someplace with dorms and say goodbye and good riddance to this pain-in-the-ass island. Huh. So, by the way, what do you do when the weather's good in the morning, but then gets so bad on your way home that the boats are closed? Do you spend the night at school? That actually happens a lot. So they have some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island. I stay over there. Sometimes when it gets really bad, I can't get back home for a few days at a time. If you look at it from the perspective of those people who have to go to school every day on a train packed to over 200% capacity, it's easy to irresponsibly think that going to school on a boat seems pretty interesting and fun. but it's actually hard work in a lot of ways.
Inconsiderate tourists say that kind of thing all the time. I've had enough of island life. I want to finish high school quick and leave this island behind.
There must have been a full boarding school you could have gone to. Why'd you go and choose the school on Nijima?
That's what I wanted from the very beginning. It's Mom. She's always going on about how I need to learn manners and discipline as the successor to the head. In the end, I got stuck with the high school close to home. Man, I hate this island. I just want to go live in a city where it doesn't matter if it rains or spears fall from the sky, because as long as you stick some casual clothes and sandals on, you can still go to a shop in less than 5 minutes. Hold out just a bit more. It's only a little longer until you graduate high school, right? Spears are definitely going to fall from the sky at some point in this fucking story, aren't they? I can't wait a little longer.
Jessica stretched out and reclined on the sofa. Maybe because now was a bad time slot, there weren't any interesting programs on, and we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. In the end, Maria had not returned to the cousin's room. She had probably been brought back to the mansion by Auntie Rosa. I don't know about that. It had to be pretty boring for Maria, all by herself while the adults are having a confusing conversation. We thought we might head over to the mansion to see her, but after all, there was this lousy weather, and there wasn't much time until dinner, so we stayed where we were. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered.
Hello. The preparations for dinner are complete. Please come to the mansion.
It was Kanun-kun's voice. He went to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to call us over? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Oh well, maybe sometimes part of a servant's duty is to go against common sense. Just when I was getting hungry. Let's go. George Aniki turned off the television and stood up. My stomach's been growling for ages. Main family dinners were always fancy as hell every time. And didn't Goda-san say it was calf steak or something? Ooh, I can't wait.
They get even more fabulous on the day of the family conference. Even I'm looking forward to it. Let's go, let's go.
As we left the room, Kanun-kun bowed silently and respectfully.
All right, let's go. Is the rain nasty out there?
Yes. Please take care not to get your garments wet. After seeing the three of us out, Kanun-kun peered into the empty room. Is Maria-sama not with you? Nope. Isn't she with Auntie Rosa? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Y'all let the little kid off by herself on the freaky island with the witch. Rosa, lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, had fallen asleep at some point. She was bearing a burden on her shoulders that the children could never even imagine. An autistic daughter. Therefore, when she let herself relax, that exhaustion quickly led her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she had received an electric shock.
Oh, it's you, Genji-san. Thank you.
But she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket, and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her. She let out a sigh of relief. Did I wake you? My sincere apologies.
No, it's okay. I hadn't planned on sleeping in the first place. What time is it now?
As for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket. It is slightly after 6 o'clock. Rosa gave her head a little shake as she realized that even though it had felt like she had slept for a long time, not much time had actually passed. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that wrapped around her felt very deep.
Thank you. I'll be fine without the blanket. I mustn't sleep at such a strange time. My sense of time has been completely thrown off. The rain has finally come down, I see.
Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain that had started falling. And Maria is probably just out there somewhere. The wind is blowing hard too. Perhaps the typhoon is finally upon us. That is what they are saying on television. The typhoon is moving slowly, and they expect it to be like this all throughout tomorrow.
I see. That wonderful rose garden. That must have been my last chance to see it.
From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and rain.
Maria. That's right. Where's Maria?
I have not seen her. I would think she has returned to the guest house. You would think. Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, and a chill ran up her back. Maria was stupidly straightforward to the point that stupidly could be repeated 7 times. Fuck. And if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever. Even if rain was pouring down.
No. The cousins left earlier, so Maria was alone. Unless someone told her to stop, she would stay even if spears fell down from the skies.
They're really on about the spears falling from the skies. It must be like happening soon.
Without even opening an umbrella. What have I done? Losing control of my emotions.
As her mother, she had known about Maria's foolish straightforwardness better than anyone, yet she had once again lost control of her emotions and done such a horrible thing.
Maria!
Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hallway. The outside really looked like a typhoon and was pouring down magnificently. Maybe because of some figure of the terrain, the winds were not as strong as a typhoon, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it was enough to call it a storm. There was no time to admire the roses being soaked by the rain. Anyway, I'm getting pretty worried about Maria. You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for that rose alone, do you? I wonder. Surely not with this much rain. It's what I'd like to think, but Maria-chan is sometimes really stubborn and foolishly simple. We hadn't worried much, thinking that Auntie Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, it was concerning that Kanon-kun had thought that Maria was here when he came from the mansion to call us. I did not see her in the mansion, so I had assumed that she was here, since Rosa-sama was taking a nap. You didn't see her on your way over here? My apologies. I opened my umbrella and ran as fast as I could, so I did not pay much attention. If he had cut through the rose garden on the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have missed the place where Maria had been looking for her rose by a little. And it was raining this hard, too. There was a good chance that Kanon-kun had failed to notice her. Enough debating around here. It'd be faster to just check it out directly. Aniki, you up for a little race? So you think you could beat me now that you've had 6 years to grow? Alright, let's find out. Boy mode. This is why boys are cool. This is what I like about boys when they do stuff like this. They're cool guys, you know? This is a very, very much a boys rock moment. George, Aniki, and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Kanon-kun followed us.
Maria! If you're there, answer me! Maria!
It's Auntie Rosa. Auntie! When George Aniki called back, Auntie Rosa flew at him in what almost amounted to a tackle.
Where's Maria? Isn't she with you?
No, we haven't seen Maria-chan since then.
Maria!
6 years ago, Maria had been 3 years old. She had been a cute and pure kid who would just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years had passed since then. She was 9 now, and experiencing the good and bad parts of life should have taught her something. And yet she's still just as innocent and pure as she used to be. Maria! As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria, holding a white umbrella, was crouching, still searching for that rose. Her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirtied with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight. You idiot. Are you still looking?
Can't find it. My rose. I can't find it.
Maria had probably been here since the rain had started pouring down. It looked like her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she was not completely soaked. It was probably an umbrella from the handbag that she was always walking around with. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness. Battler-kun, thank goodness you found her.
Maria! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Whatever, bitch. Auntie Rosa threw her own umbrella away and hugged Maria.
It's not here. My rose isn't here. Mama will look for it with you later. Okay? So just let it go for today. Okay? Let it go for today.
It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy to resist. Jessica and Kanon-kun caught up with us. I'll have a towel ready in the mansion immediately.
Maria, were you here the whole time? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being such a bad mother.
Auntie Rosa, why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being? How about less sorry and more not being a bad mother? I know, the characters are amazingly real, it's true. Maria-chan will catch a cold like this.
You're right. Maria, let's go. If we don't get you cleaned up, grandfather will get mad at you. I'm hungry. It's already time to eat. You did a good job searching. Once the weather gets better, we'll all go search together.
We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as weak as I had thought. When she remembered that dinner was calf steak, she started chanting, I'm hungry, hungry, ooh, ooh, and returned to her usual healthy self. Auntie Rosa didn't chide Maria on her ooh, ooh.
So that's it. You had an umbrella.
You sure are good at packing the right stuff.
I didn't bring an umbrella.
What? Then how did you get that white umbrella you're holding?
I borrowed it.
Seemed that some caring person had brought her an umbrella.
It had to fucking be Beatrice the Golden Witch. There's no fucking way it was not Beatrice the Golden Witch.
I guess it could have been someone else, but... We're not done with episode 1 of the anime, are we? I thought you see the, I'm pretty sure episode 1 ends with a death. We haven't gotten to yet. It seems that some caring person had brought her an umbrella. A normal girl would look for shelter once it started raining, but there was no way Maria's stubbornness would be broken by something like that. So maybe that person gave up recommending that she find shelter and at least brought an umbrella for her.
Really? I will have to thank them. Who was it? Ooh, Beatrice!
Maybe episode 2 ends with... I thought it ended with, like, them I thought episode 1 of the anime ended with them, like, finding Kinzo's corpse and it being, like, a closed room mystery. Episode 1 did not get there. It ends around here. Well, damn. I don't remember that at all.
Beatrice!
Yep, I called it. The name that Maria mentioned very happily was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to avoid hurting Maria's feelings now that she was happy.
Really? That's nice. So, who was it? That person that brought you that umbrella? Beatrice!
Maria, who quickly picked up that her mother didn't believe her, made an angry face once again, so Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It looked like it would be faster to ask the person who had lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. It was definitely Maria, Beatrice, the Golden Witchy. You were right, Zydias. I do not remember many details of the anime. I did, in fact, watch it almost 15 years ago. But yeah, okay, so I guess we made it to the end of episode 1 of the anime. That's kind of where I was planning to stop today. We've been going for 3.5 hours, which is not as long as the previous one. But I don't know if there's going to be a better, like, clear stopping point for tonight. I might need to move these earlier into the night. Is the family dead yet? No. Read a bit more, please. All right, we'll go further. Father, please at least join us for dinner. It won't be a family conference like this. Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to harbor a sense of resignation that its sound would not reach its intended ears. Kinzo-san, won't you at least go out for dinner? Haven't all of your children gathered here to see your face? Silence, Nanjo. So the bishop won't work. One move short. Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. His brow wrinkled, he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears.
Kinzo-san, I am also hungry. Won't you go down and eat? In that case, you can go by yourself. Let me consider this next move for a little longer. We are going to finish it tonight. Otherwise, it looks like this match will never in eternity be settled.
Nanjo stood from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess, but he had never seen Kinzo as focused as he was now. He was acting almost as though, just as he had said, if the game wasn't finished tonight, there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest. Further attempts to persistently call him would surely not reach his heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. Yakuman asking if I would make this a bi-weekly thing. I assume you mean twice weekly, not every other week. I would not want to do it that much of it. Weekly is good. Any more than that, it's going to be too fucking much. I'm not in a rush to get through the game either. There's like no need for it to happen any sooner. You know, like there's literally no reason to get through it faster. There's no benefit. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause took a step back. Surely Kinzo hadn't actually come out. But it was Nanjo who stood at the door. Krause breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Nanjo. His father... I'm sorry I couldn't be of service. Kinzo-san's world is nothing but this room now. Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Krause raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting, Father, can you hear me? We are heading down now, but any time you feel like it, please join us. All of your children are waiting for you. The voice was very loud, and the door was being noisily pounded on. There was no way that it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. It was reaching him. However, he was ignoring it anyway. However, unlike the time he was being called down for lunch, he did not get into a rage. Kinzo was now simply calm at heart, and it was almost as though he had attained peace by turning himself over to fate. I am not interested in dinner, nor in my son's faces. I will only leave here when Beatrice is resurrected or when I am chosen as a sacrifice for the key. The demon's roulette has already started spinning. What meaning does dinner have at this point? As though the painfully loud banging on the door had completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo, in a state of total peace, silently thought about his next chess move. Just as always, Kinzo was the only one missing from the dining hall. Krause, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo. Just as always, father is not feeling well. He truly regrets missing this once-in-a-year opportunity to sit together with his gathered relatives. Even Rudolph snickered. Judging by Kinzo's character, he didn't regret it at all, and none of his relatives regretted that he hadn't appeared either. Then why don't we start dinner? Goda, get it started. Certainly. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin. Upon finally being told to begin the family conference dinner, his highlight scene for the whole year, Goda nodded, grinning broadly.
I was wondering, who was it that lent Maria an umbrella?
When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone there turned their attention to her at once.
Umbrella? What's this about? It started raining while Maria was in the rose garden a short while back. It seems she borrowed a white umbrella for someone, and I wanted to thank them.
It wasn't one of us. After you went out, Rosa, we changed rooms and continued our friendly chat the whole rest of the time. That's right. Even after that, our siblings kept on with our friendly chat. The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips, so that even those that hadn't been there realized that it hadn't been a pleasant conversation. At the very least, it certainly couldn't have been me, Ava, Rudolph, or even Hideyoshi or Kirie-san.
We were together the whole time, even after Natsuhime-san and Rosa-san left. The whole time until the meal started. Nissan went up to the study with Genji-san to call father. At that time, the rest of us went straight to the dining hall. So it wasn't one of us. For a consideration like lending an umbrella, wouldn't it be one of the servants? So, Goda-san? I have been in the kitchen the whole time preparing. My sincere apologies. Goda looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres, sorry. Then perhaps it was Kumasawa-san or Shannon-chan. I'm sorry? Have I made some mistake? Shannon shrunk, mistakenly thinking that she was being accused of making some error, having come in part way. No, you haven't. When Maria-chan was alone in the rose garden, it started to rain. Someone gave her an umbrella. Auntie Rosa said that she wanted to thank that person. Beatrice. Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Auntie Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled. Oh, it wasn't us. Shannon-chan and I were preparing the rooms together, so we did not go outside. Hi. I apologize for not being able to help. Preparing the rooms? What do you mean by that? Because of this rain, I thought that it would be difficult for all of the guests to return to the guest house, so I ordered the servants to prepare the guest rooms inside the mansion. Really? How thoughtful. That's right, it would be rude to chase us outside in all this rain, wouldn't it? Could you give it a rest? Yes. We received the order from Madam, and I, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun were preparing the rooms. Then it became time for dinner, and since we had received an order from Genji-sama to go to the guest house and call the children, Kanon-kun left on our behalf. Yes. In that case, did Kanon-san find Maria on the way to the guest house and hand her the umbrella? That's not it! The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent her the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she had thought that asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately. Then, Natsuhime-san? I'm sorry. After my friendly conversation with everyone, my headache was so bad that I have been resting in my room. Therefore, I did not go outside. Then who? George-kun and the kids? That can't be right. No, it wasn't us. We were watching television in the guest house the whole time. Actually, we thought that Maria had just gone back to the mansion with you. Then Kanon-kun came and he asked whether Maria was with us. That was when we first realized that she wasn't in the mansion. In the first place, if it were me, before lending her an umbrella, I'd have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants were claiming that it wasn't them, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. With that, by process of elimination, the number of people it could have been wasn't large. Of course, it wasn't me. Right after it began raining, I visited Kinzo-san rooms and have been playing chess with him until just now. Which means that it also wasn't grandfather. Wait a sec. Isn't this starting to get a bit weird? Who's left? Then who? Genji-san? Huh? Wait a second. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm searching for some culprit or anything. All I want to do is, as a mother, thank that person who gave Maria an umbrella in the middle of the rain. Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why? Everyone started whispering about how strange this had gotten. Calm down, Rosa. Why don't we just ask the person who borrowed the umbrella? An idea that everyone would agree made sense. They were all scratching their heads as to why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked. Of course. Rudolph-kun here's got it right. Maria-chan, tell your uncle. Who lent you the umbrella? Beatrice! The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but that soon broke and it was wrapped in laughter.
I see. Beatrice, the witch in the forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella. What a nice story. Rosa, there you go. Rosa didn't seem satisfied. She just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella. Why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke?
Just like Uncle Cal said, Beatrice lent it to me.
Isn't that wonderful? Oh, innocent, such an enviable thing. Don't you all agree? Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking her, but Maria, apparently feeling that her claim was being believed, was overjoyed. What's going on? Don't tell me a witch really appeared and lent her an umbrella. Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me. Has Maria ever been the type to joke? If we had heard that kind of story pop out of that old bastard's mouth, we'd have just taken it as another joke. However, coming from Maria's mouth, it became somewhat inexplicable, strangely unsettling. No way. She's always been frank and serious. Hasn't she always just swallowed up jokes that were supposed to be obvious lies? I've never even heard of her cracking a joke. Auntie Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore. So if Maria says that she borrowed an umbrella from Beatrice, that definitely was Beatrice? We're talking about Maria here, so I can't imagine it was some kind of metaphor or joke. It might be best to take what she says at face value. Then what's going on? Are you saying that Genji-san or someone put on that fancy dress from the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella? I have no idea. Actually, that's what I want to know. Jessica struggled jokingly, but her expression wasn't completely joking. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. It was a quiet dinner, granting no respite from the intrusive sound of rain that was creeping into the dining hall. Unsettling. Kumasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Kanon on their way to the kitchen. Genji-san, were you the one who lent Maria-sama an umbrella? Umbrella? What are you talking about?
Right. I heard that when it started raining, Maria-sama was alone in the rose garden, and it seems that she borrowed an umbrella from someone there, but we don't know who it was.
It wasn't me. After all, I thought that Maria-sama was in the guest house. When Battler-sama first found her, she was already holding a white umbrella. My apologies, but it was not me either.
Then you don't think it was the master, possibly?
Everyone in both the dining hall and the place where they were standing now had stated that it wasn't them, which meant that only Kinzo was left, but maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason, when by coincidence he saw Maria-sama in the rose garden without even an umbrella? The master does not particularly like Maria-sama. Damn. I agree. I can't imagine that just for Maria-sama he would trouble himself to go all the way down the stairs to carry an umbrella to her directly. Oh my, how troublesome. So that means that the one who lent Maria-sama an umbrella really was Beatrice-sama? Kumasawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see that it was Goda who was coming out of the dining hall. Chop chop, everyone. When serving at dinner, it is essential to make sure the dishes are served with the proper timing. Please immediately see to setting the soup. Genji-san, the women are in the middle of an important job, so please don't get in their way. Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as if to warn him. Kanon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal. Obey Goda's order. Let us now hurry to prepare the dinner table. Come on, we have no time. Don't just dawdle around. Hurry. Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and drove it past her, heading toward the kitchen at pace. Then please allow us to return to the kitchen. After all, Goda-san's patience is very short.
Yes, please excuse me as well.
Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolts. Genji-sama. Has Beatrice-sama really returned? I don't know. Should we inform the master? There's no need. If she has truly returned, she will eventually appear before the master of her own accord. Furthermore, she is a fickle person. It would be pointless to report to the master only to find that she does not appear. Well, Genji certainly believes in her wholeheartedly. I wonder if this means that the master's ritual has already begun. Probably. However, that has nothing to do with furniture like us. We must return the favor that we received from the master until our final moments. I really do think they're just furniture that's been brought to life. Yes. As furniture, that is our duty. The thunder crashed once more. Except for that instant when the lightning lit up the sky, all that could be seen out of the window was the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, the time when the sun is down is ruled by those that are not human. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rokkenjima was ruled not by the Ushiromiya family, but by another master. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and pummeled by the rain in the rose garden and lend her an umbrella? Kanon looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights were not enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kanon forcibly averted his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Perhaps the weather was also a factor. You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. That's true, I do talk about that all the time. For some time now, everyone had been making periodic attempts to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply buried by the sound of rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as if delivering the coup de grace, but I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent, the weather was horrible, and the person who had lent Maria the umbrella was still a mystery. Lapusha with Australian $2 says, they are furniture gender, indeed. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Goda-san, the supposed conductor of this performance called dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but it seemed they didn't quite get there. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke. My, how truly irksome that this dinner which Godo worked so hard to create has been so poorly received. Yes, seriously. It feels like nothing would taste good today. It's just that kind of mood. Oh, I would love to hear why you feel that way. Sometime later, allow me as your older brother to help cheer you up. Sounds like he wants to fuck. Auntie Ava grimaced slightly. I had already heard that she was not on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but now I could clearly feel it. When I looked around, I noticed that my dad and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Anyhow, it looked like there was something besides the weather that was troubling all of them. Auntie Ava and my dad, they both look like they're in a bad mood. Really? I don't think so. I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting on my right, but it looked like she was also in a bad mood. She snapped back as though she was absolutely not interested. Well, our adult conversation got a little complicated. It's not something kids like you need to worry about, Battler-kun. Right, Natsu-san? Kirie-san? Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness, so I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had actually become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kirie-san, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they had been having while we kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad had said he had stomach cramps when he had arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi was ignored by the other adults, an awkward silence fell over the room. Kirie-san spoke up. We were talking about how the kids' careers would turn out. What will you do in the future, Battler-kun? Just drift on to college? Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a starting line for the long race of life? Hey, wait a sec. Kirie-san, if you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well and we'll get all constipated, right? That's right, that's right. We were talking about Battler-kun and Jessica-chan's careers. You can't take the future too seriously. Hideyoshi heartily agreed, as if they really had been talking about that, but they probably hadn't. Kirie-san had obviously been trying to avoid talking about something. However, if Kirie-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I decided to cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Auntie Ava and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Goda-san then explained that with this, tonight's dinner was over. If I had been able to eat in a more cheerful mood, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame that this greatest of dinners couldn't have been had under the greatest of conditions.
George and Ichan, is dinner over now? Over?
Yes, we're all done now.
That's not ladylike. Stay in your seat and calmly drink up.
Maria looked like she was really excited about the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter. So when she heard from George Aniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then stood from her seat, took out her handbag, which she had set under her seat, never having left it even while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned with this behavior. What's that? Where did you get it? George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler also noticed. Oh, shit. When they looked, they noticed that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, it was sealed with dark red wax, imbuing a level of class upon it that made it clear that this was not something that Maria should be carrying around for fun. Maria-chan, what is that? It seemed that Natsu had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope that Maria was holding. Because her voice sounded too serious to be admonishing a small child, the other relatives around her finally noticed. What's up, Natsune-san? What is that? Maria? Where did you pick that up? That envelope has Kinzo-san's... As Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushiromiya family's heads' custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo. Oh, what is an envelope like that doing here? It looks like something interesting has jumped out at us. Just let me have a peek.
No, I'm reading it. I was told to read it to everyone.
Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go. Hideyoshi-Nisan, you shouldn't take something from a child by brute force. Maria-chan, where did you get this envelope?
Got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella. She told me to read it to everyone after the meal was over. I'm the witch's messenger.
Messenger? The witch on the island sure likes to mess around. Battler tried to joke about it, but no one went along with him. I wonder what's written inside of it. Maria-chan?
Reading.
Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table where Natsu, Kirie, and Nanjo glared at it. Imprinted there in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ushiromiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest. This is the family head's personal crest.
I know because I have received letters from Kinzo-san before. Without a doubt, this is Kinzo-san's wax seal.
But in this mansion, couldn't there be several identical seals? For example, if there was some kind of stamp for wax seals, couldn't someone other than Kinzo-san have sealed it?
No, Kinzo-san would always use a ring on his finger, his proof of the Ishiromiya family headship when he sealed the wax. This shape and complex design is definitely Kinzo-san's seal. That is not necessarily so. Anyone in the family must have received a letter from Dad at least once. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone using wax as a model created a fake seal to pass themselves off as father. I agree with Aniki. No matter how the seal resembles Dad's, we can't prove that it is the real thing. Therefore, it doesn't prove that this envelope came from Dad. I feel the same way. I cannot approve of the arbitrarily deciding that this is Father's letter only by the seal and the wax. Dr. Nanjo, would you mind refraining from speaking such vague words?
I apologize. I said too much.
One after another, all of the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope that Maria was holding had not necessarily been sent by Kinzo. They were afraid. Kinzo's intentions were written in there, and they feared from the bottom of their hearts that it might be some decidedly unfavorable announcement regarding the inheritance.
Maria, the person who gave you that envelope was the same person who lent you the umbrella, right? Ugh. I don't know what means. Is it true? Yes?
So, in other words, the witch, Beatrice, gave you that envelope along with the umbrella? Maria nodded forcefully.
I agree with my husband. It is a dubious letter handed over by some suspicious person. It's not even worth reading.
Oh, go on. What's the worst that could happen, right? Battler said it to Jessica in a small voice, pretending to stir things up, but Natsu heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes. And then, Beatrice told you to read it after the meal was over, right? Oh, hey, I'm almost done. I'm coming to bed soon. I just gotta know what it says in this letter. Why not, everyone? This isn't grandfather's envelope, it's Beatrice's. Who cares who wrote it? Why can't we just hear what's inside before passing judgment?
That's right. Even if Father didn't necessarily write it, I'm still concerned about its contents. Maria-chan, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you by force earlier. I apologize. So will you read it aloud in front of everyone?
Maria, read it.
As all of the other relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
Do you think it really is Dad's letter? Impossible. Whenever Father has announced something to us in the past, if he didn't do it correctly, he would always send Genji-san, right? I can't believe that he would use such a joke-like approach.
That's right. Maria, a messenger? That's seriously not his style. Rosa, this must be Maria-chan trying to surprise us with some kind of hidden talent, right?
Maria's not a kid capable of something so clever.
God damn. I'm sure she is, but...
Reading.
The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason it felt like her voice was different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent.
Welcome to Rokenjima, ladies and gentlemen of the Ushiromiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, under the employ of Kinzo-sama.
How absurd!
Quiet.
I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but today Kinzo-sama has announced the termination of that contract. Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist as of today.
How foolish. What nonsense.
I can't stand to listen to it. And now there is one part of the contract that I must explain to you all. I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms. One of those terms specifies that all the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the contract. Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest.
Ridiculous!
It's been ridiculous from the very beginning.
So it's basically one of these things, right? Just like one of those contracts with the devil you always hear about. And the contract is expired, so she's come to collect the interest. Is she trying to grab some retirement money from her old age or something? What a cheeky witch. Battler-kun, now is not the time to joke around. Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? At the same time, some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked completely shocked. After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinzo-sama has been savagely ruthless. However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity. A special clause? What is it? Special clause. Beatrice has the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon those rights for all time. The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of this special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinzo-sama's debt, I have taken possession of the Ushiro family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushirome family headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal. You want me to accept this as real? That Dad would relinquish his ring is unthinkable. Kraus was staring at the sealing wax as though he was trying to burn a hole through it. Ava and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder. I did have the odd feeling that something was missing from Kinzo-san's finger when we were playing chess. Dr. Nanjo, don't say anything so careless just because of vague memory. We can't prove its authenticity here. The questions of whether Father really has handed over his ring and whether this letter tells the truth we can determine simply by asking him directly. That's right. It's just as Kirie-san says. Well now, I wonder, will Kinzo-san answer you? After all, that person's thoughts are sometimes impossible to predict using common sense. In any event, this does not leave the realm of nonsense. In the first place, the fiction of the gold itself a deception by Father. If you want to talk about non-existent gold, leave me out of it. But heard what the witch is saying, right? About how the headship and all of the assets would be handed over to the one who finds the gold. So could this mean that Beatrice-sama is Father's legal advisor, or maybe in charge of his funds? We can't possibly trust the kind of strange person who would entrust such a suspicious paper to a child. Aniki, time for you to open up. Is it possible that someone you don't know is actually handling Dad's assets? No, that's impossible. As the agent to the head, I have total knowledge of all Father's assets. There shouldn't be anyone who can manipulate them without me knowing it. Then there must be some assets that you do not have full knowledge of, mustn't there, Krasny-san? Absurd, there is no such thing. Oh, yes there is. One asset of Father's that you don't know anything about. There's no way that something like that exists. No, it does. That'd be Father's, no, Beatrice's hidden gold. Let's put things in order. In short, Dad has some entrusted confidence that not even Aniki knows about. Furthermore, this person has always been in charge of watching and managing the gold. It's possible that this person is a dilettante of a very rich family who provided his financing in the first place through a mock devil's contract. Could it be that this confident Beatrice-san is trying to test which of the sons and daughters is the most fitting to be financed by her gold? What Kirie said was something that all of the siblings wanted clarified. Upon reflection, they realized that during the time of Kinzo's strange epitaph had been displayed in the hall beneath the portrait of the witch, they had always whispered that the one who solved the puzzle would receive everything, yet no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. That had, right here, right now, been clearly expressed by Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushirome family would be given to the one who found the gold.
Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden.
And there you have it, folks. Beatrice's will be known. All right, we're calling it here. I wanted to know what was in that letter. I feel like that was a satisfying place. Alrighty. All right, everybody. Next week, we're gonna see where the fuck this fucking chapter is going. I don't. How far into this chapter are we? If anybody knows, like halfway, maybe halfway, maybe. That soothing sound of 2/5. Damn. All right. Okay, so it'll probably be 4 or 5 total sessions to get through the first chapter. That's cool. This has been a ride. It's fun. It's a good fucking visual novel. I actually really like it. It's exhaustive, it's slow, but it's just good. All right, everybody. That's it for tonight. See you tomorrow with something different. And see you next week with more Golden Witch Wednesdays. Alrighty, people. Later.